Okay, friends, ladies, and gentlemen, welcome to the stream, guys. I've reached the gotta suck in the gut a little bit before I stand up phase of my adult life. So that's fun. How to do it with 55 months. Hutch is my father. What's up? Good morning. Smodge, Deceit, Sham, Mira, Lopsided Pixel, Bree, Droopy, 6 pink, 1 blue, Narrow, Hip Hip, Box Strepper, ATX, Couch Potato, Pup the Magic Dragon, Jaji, the Rad Devoff, West Elm, Caleb, Little Boots, Rory, Conduit, Headless Chicken. Good morning, guys. Punished, Foxo, Naughty Pop, Paper, Citadel, Dragon, Alex, Lances, Chameleon, Jen, Dylan, Swannybird, Venetsu, ACL'd Up, West Wendigo, No Source, Oatmeal, Jinx, Mr. Moo. Good morning. Hello, everybody. Okay, guys. There's a lot going on, man. There's a lot going on. We still, guys, we're still not even a week removed from invading Venezuela, arresting their president. That still happened just 5 days ago, just so we're clear on the timeline right now. Or 6 days ago? Ooh, be careful, Mr. Joe Tickner. Be careful, buddy. Let's not do any kind of vague allusions to that kind of violence, okay? I want my money back on the 7-day trial of this year. I don't want it. Yeah, for real. What a crazy start to the year, guys. What a crazy fucking start to the year. Today's stream is going to be a little bit shorter than the other ones. We're still going to go for about 6 hours. I'm going to be on PK8 tonight. That should be fun. That should be a fun appearance. I'm going to be on PK8 tonight, so I got to cut it a little bit short. And then tomorrow, guys, is going to be a much shorter stream. I'm going to be driving up to Nevada to shoot some firearms with my father. And so I got to do a little bit of a shorter stream in the morning, and then I get on the road, drive up there. It takes like 11 hours to get up there. If you guys have any book recommendations, let me know. Maybe we listen to an audiobook on Venezuela. Get a sense of what the fuck is going on in that country. Well, you know, if I was driving like a gas vehicle, it would probably take like 9.5 hours. But you got to make 3 or 4 stops to charge. So that extends the trip a little bit. You're gonna throw in the hot rounds when Papa shoots the hand cannon? I don't know. Yeah, you know, yeah. We'll fire the big boys, but like, I gotta figure out how to hold the gun because again, I showed you guys, but like, there's a cut here, like right there, and it's because for the big fucking caliber, or the what is it, heavy grain? Do you call it heavy grain or light grain? The big boy bullets cause it like a pretty tremendous amount of recoil, and the frame of the trigger guard like scrapes your finger as it kicks up, or scrapes my finger. So I'm like, wow, that fucking hurt. So I don't know if there's a way to hold the gun it's so that your hand's not going to be sore from the recoil, but I just need to figure out how to hold the gun so that I don't like scrape my finger over and over again, because that is pretty painful. Someone said something about you're hurting yourself with the recoil. Gee, who was that? Me. No, I don't know if you were here, but like the first day that I fired the gun, I was like, that wasn't that bad. Maybe I'm a natural. I watched all these videos and people are like, it's pretty intense recoil, and these are like experienced firearm people, and it wasn't that hard for me. Maybe I'm a natural. And then I go to the range the second time and I realized that I was shooting the little boy guns the first time. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then I shot the big boy ones and I was like, okay, that kind of hurt. It's little stuff. There's like little stuff. What I'm trying to do right now is just get in repetitions so it all feels like second nature. Because right now I have to, as is the case whenever you learn any new thing, you have to kind of compartmentalize all the different things, you know. So you get in your stance and you're doing like a checklist in your mind, you know. Are my feet facing forward? Are my feet, you know, separated at shoulder length? Are my arms not locked, you know? Is my grip good? So like I'm doing these like checklists, you know. And so it's all, and you're holding just this like this mechanism that is designed to annihilate life. And so it's a I don't know if like stress is the word, but it's like it's a you know, it's kind of like an intense experience. And one thing that I was doing the second time around, definitely more consciously than the first time around, was, so you have your shooting hand, your primary hand, I don't know what the language is, and then you have your support grip. And one thing that I've been devouring YouTube videos for how to fire revolvers, and I kept on seeing people talk about like, so with your shooting hand you kind of push forward a little bit, and with your supporting hand you kind of pull back. So you're creating this tension. But that is to help control the recoil. And like once I started doing that, I was like, wow, that's actually super helpful. And then my bullet groupings got a little bit tighter when I was doing that. So that was like, ooh, I'm learning. But yeah, it's a Cobra or Anaconda. It's a Anaconda. The Anaconda. It's a big boy. Yeah, it's 44 Magnum. Yeah. So yeah, the idea is just like just to get repetitions in, so I'm not just so the stuff becomes kind of second nature is the whole idea. Because right now it's definitely not. Like I'm definitely like doing an internal checklist. Okay. No. When are you shooting a 50 cal? Have I shot a 50 cal? Maybe. I don't know. We for the respawn gun shoot, we shot one sniper that was a huge bullet. I don't know if it was 50 cal, but it was fucking enormous. Could wrist curls with a dumbbell help? I don't know, but I probably should do shoulder exercises for sure. Because it's tough. It's like you're
MP5, so hot. MP5.
It's fucking tough. So I was shooting blanks there. For the MP5, those were blanks. The form, yeah, I'm like leaning back, yeah. The lack of recoil kind of gives it away. When Sark when it was Sark's turn to shoot the MP5, there might even be video of it, but like he did this really elaborate, like he was just holding it with one hand, like with his finger on the trigger, and he put his other arm back and he did this like elaborate pose and he fired the gun and it fucking jammed. And so like there's this moment of him like doing this really over the top like pose and then just like click, and that was it. Just like nothing happened. That was a fun day. That was a fun day. That was a fun day. We're shooting guns for like 4 hours that day. I was so sore the next day. He's talked about that. That was a fun day, man. That was really fun. It was hot. It was hot. It was a very hot day. I remember that. Nanners, of course, was... I remember being pissed because Nanners was just like naturally very good at shooting guns. And it just fucking pissed me off. Is this Nanners? Oh my god, this psychopath. What the fuck? Where's the screen? Hang on. Everything's all fucked up right now. Oh, there we go. Better. Nanners, the absolute psychopath. Look at this psychopath. So it shot one and then it was supposed to be full auto. And then nothing happened. It's just like one singular shot with no recoil. Super anticlimactic. I
don't think.
Fuck you, Nanners! Fuck!
He was just I don't think he had ever shot a gun in his life. And he just smoked us from what I remember because we were doing these contests. I had fired guns like once or twice, but I was not like super experienced. And Nanners had never fired a gun in his life and he just fucking smoked us. He's just good at everything. Fucking guy. Okay, man. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about. It's a bit depressing in America right now, you know. It's a bit depressing. Because you have these moments and they become hyper political like right away, and it's almost like you lose sight of the tragedy kind of quickly, you know. You don't even have a moment to reflect on the tragedy of it, and you're just kind of right in that political fight, which is not healthy at all. It's like it's not conducive to a like, functional democracy. You have the Trump administration making these outrageous claims about both the incident, about the incident itself, about the woman who was killed, and about the ICE agent who shot her like outrageous claims that, you know, the person had to go to the hospital, recovering at home. Like just really obviously untrue things. Like that's the other thing too, because we have this administration where you can't fucking trust a word that comes out of their mouth. And they just make the whole situation worse. Apparently, guys, so the state can pursue charges if they want, but because of the supremacy clause, this is what I understand, I could be wrong, the federal government have the authority to basically usurp the legal process and ask for a dismissal from a federal judge. So even if the state decided that they wanted to move forward with charges, the federal government, my understanding is that they can step in and just stop that. And there's also, you know, obviously we're almost 24 hours removed from the incident, and so, but there are more facts emerging. And there's one thing in particular that stands out, which is that it is, according to witness testimony, and I don't know if Smodge is in here, but he was linking witness accounts yesterday, and one of the witnesses had said that the ICE agents had instructed her to move her car. And the video itself doesn't show that. The video only shows the ICE agents giving her verbal instructions to get out of the car. But apparently she might have been given contradictory orders. According to another eyewitness, ICE gave the woman they killed contradictory instructions. They then aggressively surrounded her vehicle. Callinson said one person, the woman who was shot a short time later, drove her vehicle perpendicular to the lanes of traffic on Portland Avenue, south of the ICE vehicles. By that point, Callinson said the vehicle stuck in snow had been freed. Some of them were leaving and they just went around her. Well, I guess this witness is saying that the vehicle got stuck in snow. Some of them were leaving and they just went around her, but ICE gave her orders to leave. While at the same time, another ICE person said, "Get out of the car," and he reached for her door handle. And then there was an ICE agent in front of her vehicle, so it was difficult for her to leave as she'd been ordered to, Callinson said. She turned her steering wheel toward the right. The person was grabbing her door handle. The ICE officer who was in front of her vehicle shot once from the front, twice from the side, hitting her maybe 3 feet away at max because she was shot and she was already trying to leave. Her foot was on the accelerator and she crashed into a telephone pole. After the shooting, Callinson said a neighbor identifying himself as a doctor asked if he could render aid to the woman who shot, but was told by ICE agents to stand back. She said emergency responders vehicles couldn't get past the ICE vehicles, so firefighters and other first responders had to walk to the injured woman. Callinson said she saw the ICE agent who fired the gunshots walk away to the north to get in an ICE vehicle. CNN interviewed perhaps this same witness who detailed this account. I don't know if this is Callinson, but there was a witness that showed up on CNN, was interviewed there. There was also a forensic video put together by New York Times, which is quite compelling. It's really tough because in this situation, different angles of the videos can sometimes make it look like very different things. So basically we had 3 angles yesterday, or maybe 4. We might have had 4 angles. I think it might have been 4 angles yesterday. The first angle that we all watched together on the stream, the entire front right, the entire like front of the incident is completely obfuscated. So we can't see anything really that's going on with the agent who shot her. The second video is a clearer picture, but even then the angle is such that it's like kind of difficult to determine the exact positioning of the agent. There was another angle that was kind of like taken from farther down the street. And if you only saw that video, in fact, let me pull that video up. If you only saw that video from that angle, it looks like she hits him like here, right here. This is slowed down. I don't know why it's doing this. Hang on. Everything got all fucked up. There we go. This is slowed down a bit. And so it's really grainy. It's hard to see, but this is the guy right here, right? Like this is the officer who fired the shot. So this is slowed down. Obviously, it does not look like she like. What's the word? Like they made contact. But you can see him sort of like watch. So he's got his left hand out and he's recording her with his phone, which is that normal for law enforcement officers to pull their phone out and start recording like that? Could there be some kind of like process reason to do that? It might be normal, like if they're trying to get the license plate or they're trying to make sure they get her ID. Obviously, if he's pulling his phone out and recording, then I would assume they don't have a body cam. Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah. But we didn't see that yesterday with any of the angles. Like we didn't see that he was recording with his phone. So he's recording with his phone. His other hand is on his pistol. She starts moving forward at this point, and he actually positions himself. Look at this, you guys. So he puts his hand on the hood, and then angles his frame like forwards at an angle, using the car as like leverage to stand up. Like he is purposefully keeping himself in the way of the vehicle, is what you see here. Which, if he's making an effort to stay in front of her vehicle, how could he possibly claim that he felt like there was a threat to his life? Like if you imagine, I said that to Esme yesterday, like imagine a couple is getting into an argument. And let's say the boyfriend, the girlfriend wants to leave, and she gets in her car, and the boyfriend stands in front of the car, and she starts to move forward, and then the boyfriend like puts his hand on the hood or something like that, right? Like obviously the boyfriend in that spot thinks that he is going to be able to get her to stop the vehicle. Obviously the boyfriend in that spot, 99 times out of 100, are not going to think like, oh, she's going to run me over. Like he's putting his hand on the car as if to physically stop it, right? Like as if to indicate, like, I'm serious, stop your car. And then they make contact. He's not like, it's a difference between a scrape and a hit, There clearly contact was made. And I think very clearly, I think the driver did make a really bad decision here by doing this. Contact was made, but it's not like the car had a significant amount of momentum before the contact was made, and basically immediately after contact is made, he shuffles off to the side of the car. Like see his feet go back, and he sticks his hand on the hood. That's not somebody in a moment who is thinking like, oh, I'm gonna die. If you think you're in danger and you're gonna die, you're gonna like jump out of the way. This is not, I mean, like he is so easily able to get to the side of the vehicle, But if you look at this same footage, and it's not slowed down, here, like Tim Pool, I think, posted it. I thought he had posted it. Now I can't find it. Obviously the footage, guys, obviously the footage here is very grainy. And so all of this is like, you kind of have to squint your eyes a little bit. Redrick with the primer. Thank you so much, buddy. Swanee Bird with $10. Bo Burnham's song, That Funny Feeling, references what you're talking about. The backlash to the thing that's just begun. Basically, everything becomes politicized immediately. There's undoubtedly a political angle to these kinds of things, and so you can't avoid the politics, but I think we kind of lose focus on the actual human tragedies in moments like these. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't project and just speak for myself, but like, you don't even have a moment to pause and consider the burden of this woman's like poor son who's now an orphan. You're just like straight into the political fight. Bad Company with $10. X is a massive hub for misinformation, and the admin had it open while conducting a military operation in a way to legitimize it. Am I the only one who thinks it was a sick form of product placement? That was insane. Yeah, when you're talking about the Venezuela invasion last week, they showed pictures, you know, like Situation Room and Ratcliffe and Hegseth and Rubio were all like staring at a monitor, and then in the background on a screen there's like a Twitter tab open with the keyword Venezuela, which there could be some operational value to that, to be honest with you. Now that I say that out loud, like that kind of could make sense. To be monitoring, like, because videos come on Twitter in real time and that kind of a thing, but like on a laptop, maybe, you know what I mean? Like not on like a fucking 70-inch flat screen in the background. Like you would expect to see things that are more relevant to the operation. No, Hutch, they're just stroking their egos. Well, no, I mean, come on, think about it. There could be some obvious operational value to monitoring real-time Twitter posts. Almost with $10. Did you see the other agents side hugging and laughing after it after it happened? I did. I don't think that video clearly shows that that's what was going on. I understand people's instinct to assume the worst, but could have been just like they're friends and they haven't seen each other in like a month because they've been stationed in different locations. But still, it's like read the room situation. Almost with $10. I think I already got you. It's Dubwa with $5. My grandpa says usually the caliber is reserved for those who aren't liberal sissy boys. That caliber? What caliber? What are we talking about? Redrick, did I get you for the primer? How to do it with 55 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Punish with €2. Crazy year. Isn't there a 21st Amendment for this? You mean the 25th Amendment? Hutch, have you asked your dad about how a police officer would respond to this with proper police training? I wouldn't talk to my dad about that. I would talk to my sister about that. But no, at this point, I avoid those discussions because they can get pretty charged and I don't really want to do that. Senate passes bill to block further military action in Venezuela. The Senate on Thursday passed a bipartisan measure intended to block the Trump administration from conducting further military action in Venezuela. The largely symbolic resolution passed by a vote of 52 to 47. Five Republicans joined all Democrats in supporting it. I assume this will die in the House. Who are the 5 Republicans? Collins, who else? Rand Paul. interestingly enough, this article doesn't even say. Senator Todd Young is another one. House and Senate already approved. Okay, I don't know much about this then. Okay, so anyways, let's watch the forensic video from New York Times. And then we can listen to this witness account. She appeared on CNN yesterday. But this is the forensic video. It's like 4 minutes long from New York Times. Oh, okay. Is every other streamer just fucking letting it rip on this? I feel like everybody's just letting it rip, right? There's one image that's really hang on, let me just scrub through real quick. There's one image that's really bad. It's like an image of the aftermath, and she's slumped in her car, you know, probably fucking dead at that point, and there's a lot of blood. I'm just seeing if they blurred that out here. They did not blur it out. At the 3:39 mark is what I can't show you guys.
On Wednesday, in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots, fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired.
God, it's just so clear. Oh, man, that just makes it seem so clear right there. Like, he was fully clear. Like, the car made contact, but from this angle, it seems like the car made contact at the corner, and he was leaning into it. He was leaning into the car.
Being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them.
He was definitely not in front of the car when you look at that angle.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show
like that is just, yeah.
The agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range.
What is this training too? Because it almost looks like he freezes here and is like, oh, fuck. Doesn't that, you know, I'm not a body language expert, but like kind of like freezes up and just stands there for a second.
Path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range.
And it takes him a second to like, he just kind of looks like,
Here's how events unfolded.
A lot of people are saying like, oh, you know, he had this bloodlust and he wanted to kill her. And it's like, okay, maybe, but like, there's also the possibility, you guys, that this guy's just incompetent. There's also honestly, that feels more likely to me than him like just itching to kill a protester. You can explain a lot of these things with incompetence before you get to like abject evil.
Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby.
We're not going to do this today, guys. I just want you guys to know, I'm going to give you fair warning here. I'm going to use a heavy hand. Okay? I'm not even kidding. We're going to do like week-long bans, perma bans. I'm so sick of some of the shit. I'm not even kidding. I'm so sick of it. It's actually crazy because I don't really know what else to do to like cultivate the kind of community that I want on this channel, if I say something like, you know, if I push back against the idea, like, against the possibility that this guy was like this evil Nazi that was just itching to murder someone, and I suggest that, you know, it might have happened because of incompetence, and then I see stuff like, what do you think, that's fucking better? You think that makes this fucking better? Like, I'm just gonna start banning people for that shit. Because it's crazy. That shit is crazy. It's crazy making. Narrow, hang on. We can start with you, okay? If that's what you want to do. That's a straw man. I'm giving you like a hypothetical. I'm not giving you like a specific thing here. It's crazy. People need to, guys, you need to be better at assuming good faith, okay? You need to be better at not making the least charitable assumptions you could possibly make. Yesterday was nutty, okay? And we're not doing it today, okay? You mean like you did for the victim? I don't even know. Good faith for the victim. What are you talking about? Oh my God, you guys. This community is not going to be a community of dummies, okay? We're not going to be a community of dummies. We're not going to do that. We're going to be normal, reasonable people. Even when tensions are high, even when emotions are running high, we're going to be normal people, okay? Some of you guys need to go out there and do some fucking Krav Maga or Muay Thai, like something to like move your body around, because you're just itching for a fight, and then you come in here and you're just like looking to fight with people, and you need to chill the fuck out. Almost with $10. Did you see? Oh, I think I already got that one. Okay.
Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead.
Hutch, we can look at this through a null hypothesis lens. That's fine. Well, you don't start making up terms. You don't get to just make up terms. Null hypothesis. The hypothesis is that there's no significant difference between specified populations, any observed difference being due to sampling or experimental error. I'm not smart enough to understand the application of that word in this context. Dumb it down a bit. I'm an American. I'm a college dropout. We get it. You went to college, okay? We get it. Everyone's really impressed by your degree. You know, fancy words, okay? Mr. Fancy Pants. You were studying null hypotheses and, you know, philosophy courses. I was playing Call of Duty 4 for 10 hours a day, all right? But do you really not think this person was far too quick to use their weapon? This was not self-defense. We can't be weak here. I'm not sure if I gave the impression during this stream that I thought that this shooting was justified at any point. I thought I was pretty abundantly clear that at this point, I am well past that analysis.
Two agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view.
No, I don't want to talk, naughty pup.
Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside.
Datacare with $5. I don't care about his motives, but there has to be accountability for both murder and the evil policy sentiment this flowed from. We'll get neither. The black pill reality here is that again, my understanding is that the federal government can step in and supersede any kind of state level charges and have the case dismissed by a judge. So, and I think the administration has already signaled very clearly. I mean, the body was not even cold yet. And Kristi Noem was giving a press conference accusing this woman of being a communist terrorist. I don't think they can. So I was watching a video this morning when I was walking to get my coffee because I ran out of oat milk. And there was somebody who Lawrence O'Donnell had on his show to explain it. And so maybe we're going to watch that segment and you guys can know what I'm talking about. But according to that person, the federal government has a mechanism to basically usurp any kind of state level investigation or state level charges and have the charges dismissed if it's a law enforcement officer.
The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives.
He tenses up and just stands there. Even this guy, it feels like both of the people in this situation are like, oh, fuck.
SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent.
He could have just as easily, the car could have made contact with the pistol and knocked the pistol right. He could have shot his fucking partner right in the fucking face. Because of his decision to lean forward. Hey, no, guys. Ronnie, don't do that, bro. Come on. How do I do a 1 second timeout? Don't do that. Come on.
Agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump.
It's almost like he, I don't know if I'm reading too much into his body language, but it's almost like he oh fuck, did I just shoot myself? What he touches his head?
This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy, low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV.
That's what I mean when you watch it at that speed, from this angle, it looks like he almost got run over, but that's just not the case. Very obviously, that's not what happened. But that angle at the regular speed looks like he's in front of the car and she hits him.
This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV.
Right there.
Often pointing to another.
You're like, oh, damn. Oh, wow. And then you see it from the other angle. He was completely clear of the vehicle.
Video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy, low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into a white car parked down the road.
What the
A bystander runs toward the collision. The federal agents on scene do not appear to rush to provide emergency medical care. Eventually, the agent who shot the motorist approaches the vehicle. Seconds later, he turns back around and tells his colleagues to call 911.
Shame! You shot someone! You shot someone!
Agents block several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a
Can't show you this part.
physician.
I go check a pulse.
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician.
I don't care. You understand?
At the same time, several agents, including the agent who opened fire, get in their vehicles and drive off, apparently altering the active crime scene.
Yeah, again, I don't know if is it protocol, like if a civilian runs up and says, I'm a doctor, would it be protocol to allow that person, like, you just don't, wouldn't there be I'm just trying to game this out, but like, wouldn't there be liability issues? Like, what if somebody said they were a doctor and they weren't? You don't know that person's a doctor, right? Like, and they weren't a doctor and they ran up and, like, let's say the victim had like a neck injury and he started moving the head around because he's not really a doctor. Like, I don't really, I actually have no idea. You can't allow a stranger claiming to be a doctor to touch the suspect. I would assume that there are major liability issues with that. Now, there were other problems, like, so for example, the ICE agents had left their vehicles in place blocking the road. Like, they didn't create a lane for the ambulance to drive in. I don't know if they intentionally did that or if it just didn't occur to them in that moment. But that seems pretty bad. I don't know about letting just some random civilian go up and examine the victim. What does AI say about this? Okay, hang on. Let's do the thing. If law enforcement shoot someone and a civilian walks up afterwards claiming to be a doctor and offering to render aid, would protocol allow for the officers to allow the doctor to do that? Sometimes, but not automatically. This is just, listen, ChatGPT, take it for a grain of salt. Scene safety comes first. After an officer involved shooting, the scene is treated as a high risk and unsecured until officers are sure that the suspect no longer poses a threat, no accomplices or weapons remain. Officers themselves are safe. Medical aid is required but controlled. Once the scene is secure, officers have a duty to provide or summon medical aid. Most officers are trained in basic life-saving care. Officers will usually stop them initially if someone says they're a doctor, verify credentials, consider whether allowing them helps or complicates the situation. Factors that influence that decision: how critical are the injuries, whether EMS is delayed, whether the doctor is willing to follow officer instructions, risk of evidence contamination, risk to the doctor's safety. Is it allowed by protocol? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Some departments allow civilian medical professionals to assist if the scene is secure. EMS hasn't arrived. Officers retain control. There are legal and liability concerns. Officers must consider chain of evidence, liability, even liability if the civilian is injured, use of force investigations, which scrutinize everything that happens afterwards. What usually happens in practice is officers provide immediate basic aid. EMS takes over as soon as possible. Civilian doctors are politely declined unless the situation is extreme. Well, if we take ChatGPT at their word, this would be one of those times where you would verify the credentials and allow the doctor to render aid. Obviously, the victim was not a threat. There was no reason for them to believe that she had like accomplices that were hiding in bushes with machine guns. Granted, it is complicated, but okay. CNN interviewed I think the woman who recorded the video that went super viral, the one that was screaming, I think this is her.
An eyewitness of the shooting speaking out tonight. Her name is Emily Heller. She lives on the street where the shooting happened, and she filmed video that we have here just now to share with you out front. It shows the chaos immediately after Renee Nicole Good was shot and killed by that ICE agent in Minneapolis hours ago. We're going to play it for you. I do want to warn you that it is graphic.
Wait, I think they blurred. I just want to double check. I'm pretty sure they. I think they blurred here. Pretty sure.
Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician.
I don't
Listen,
care.
we understand. We got EMS coming, and I get it. Just give us a second.
We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they?
You obviously did not have medics on the scene, by the way.
How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor. You caught butter in the face. You
She was sitting there for, it took EMS 15 minutes to get there, guys.
killed my neighbor. How do you show up to work every day? How the do you do this every day?
Maybe she would have died anyways. Maybe probably she would have died anyways. But people do get shot in the head and survive. Like that is a thing that happens.
You're killing my neighbors. You're stealing my neighbors. What the fuck, man?
Emily Heller is out front now, who you heard there and filmed that in that horrifically traumatic moment.
Eat War, did I get you for 125 months? Thank you so much, buddy. Data Care with $5. I think I already got you for that one. I think I'm caught up, pretty sure.
So, Emily, I know you live there. This is your street. This is your home. And you're inside your house. You hear all of this commotion. Everything is starting to happen.
This is how people get radicalized? No, I'm aware. I'm aware.
Okay, can you tell me what happened then? You hear everything. You come outside, and then what?
I hadn't even gotten dressed. I was making breakfast. I went out. I heard the commotion. I heard whistles, which is a common sign of ICE is nearby. And I went out onto my front porch. I didn't even have shoes on. And within 60 seconds, everything had already gone down. But there was an ICE convoy that seemed to be stuck, and then there was
a controversial shooting by an ICE
was blocking traffic, so they couldn't progress.
I think we can probably predict what Ben Shapiro has to say about this.
And she was totally.
Wait, did Kristi Noem do a press conference? Are they doing one right now? There's also the press briefing. I do think we should probably tune into some of that. Press briefing is going to start in just a minute. Kristi Noem did a press conference this morning, right? And I think I had that queued up as well.
Peaceful, and ICE, it seemed completely unorganized. They didn't really know what they were doing. They were screaming at her to move, move, move. And then they approached her vehicle aggressively and tried to open her door. And then that's when she got spooked, and she reversed her vehicle to turn her wheels to try to escape. And that's when an ICE agent stepped in front of her vehicle and said, "Stop." And then I mean, she was already moving, and then point blank shot her through her windshield in the face.
He stepped in front of a moving car. Okay. None of us are, I assume none of us are experts in law enforcement protocol. Oftentimes these kind of events happen and then we learn about these things after the fact. I could not find any evidence of any protocol anywhere in the country or any police department or law enforcement agency that advises that their officers step in front of a moving car. And in fact, there are some locations in the United States that outright ban. They outright say don't do that. When I say moving car, the car was moving backwards and he stepped in front of the car. I don't think that is ever advised. XQC gives his take in online chat about the Minneapolis situation. Woke up too early, damn. Nothing to debunk. Far left libtards defending terrorists. This is the daily routine now. The main problem is people defend everyone like like their life depends on it. They want no one to go to jail, but want to kill every intellectual opponent. What is this? Like, I'm admittedly too online sometimes, but we start getting into all these like crazy abstract generalities. I say we, but people start, they want to kill every intellectual opponent. What are you talking about? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Here's the daily debunk. Draw a gun at police, get shot. Drive at police, get shot. Any other argument is based on propaganda by domestic terrorists. He spells domestic wrong. Turns the wheel away. I can link you 3 examples where that didn't matter. Don't put people in survival situation and ask them to make forensic level analysis in 0.01 seconds. Don't. Okay. Cars are deadlier than guns. I've been saying it for years. That's an interesting one to unpack. Imagine if you shoot a fake gun at police and say, dude, the tip was orange. How about you not do that? Cars are deadlier than guns, blah, blah, blah. You can't say I'm grifting. I've spammed this to chat. I always say vehicles are weapons. Crazy though. People call me the cop slop guy, but then think they have better take when the cop moment happens and they don't know shit. Sit down and listen to the slop man. People think they're gonna get a new George Floyd. My child would never block traffic and impede with law enforcement. I'd disown that fucking loser and release them back into the wilderness. I'm not a big fan of the it's almost like a dehumanizing kind of like nihilism. It's like just, I think it is just a direct product of just spending just so much time online. I'm not above it, to be fair to other people. I'm not above those kind of moments, but it's a little depressing. Tyler with the tier 1 membership. Keep up the great work. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. No Theory with $5. If you go to Forbes Breaking News, there is new surveillance footage that dropped from the other side of the street. If you go to Forbes Breaking News, are you talking about the YouTube channel? Damn, they post a lot. What the fuck? They post more than Machinima Respawn in 2010. There's like 15 videos every hour that they upload. Can you give me a link? New angle? What is it? Where were these comments when Ashley Babbitt got blasted? I have always said, like, I have never said that it's a good thing that Ashley Babbitt was shot. I've always said that that was like a tragic thing that happened. I didn't say, like, I'm glad that she's dead. What I did say was that that was the most justified police shooting maybe ever that was caught on camera. So unbelievably straightforward. The Congress, the House members were barricaded in the House chambers. This was after 2 to 3 hours of thousands of people violently clashing with Capitol Police. This was after multiple, like a dozen reports of people having firearms in that crowd. This was after the Capitol Police had been pushed back. They had to push back their perimeters like several times. They were, you know, the House chambers, that's literally like, that's the keep, you know. You've breached the castle walls and now you're like one wall away from the Congress. And Ashley Babbitt was there in the front of that area. She saw them smashing the glass. She saw the Capitol Police officer positioned next to that door, pointing a gun. Multiple people shouted out, "He's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun." And it's that Capitol Police officer's job to protect the lives of the members of the House that were barricaded in that room. I think she obviously thought that they were in a 1776 style revolution moment. She obviously thought that they would be easily able to overpower the security forces that were in that room with those House members. And she paid the ultimate price for her mistake. That really bad decision that she made in that moment. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm glad that she died. I'm not a fucking psychopath. Links don't appear in YouTube chat unless they're from a mod. I'm just looking for... What is the name of the video? You said Forbes breaking news. What is the name of the video? There's literally like 50 videos posted in the last half an hour. We actually need to start going to this video for content because holy fucking shit. Surveillance video. Oh, I think I found it. Hang on. I had to scroll through 50 thumbnails before I found this, by the way. Okay, so that is a pretty significant obfuscation here. This looks like perhaps not a Ring camera, but some kind of a camera outside of someone's house. There's a tree blocking her van, so that's pretty big obfuscation of the view. Here's the cop that looks like here's the cop that ultimately shot her, and you can't see it in the video, but in his right hand he's got a phone. He's recording her. I don't know who the fuck that guy is. Steps in front of the car right here. Steps right in front of the car. You can't really see shit, guys. This is a really tricky angle because of this tree. but that's pretty crucial, like pretty crucial information. Like he definitely steps, knowingly steps, like as the car like is pulling back. He puts himself right in the way. Actually, you know what? I mean, you can see the muzzle flash. And I don't know. That's a pretty tough angle with that tree. But I think like it obviously very clearly shows that The contact that the car made with that officer was not significant. Like, he doesn't. Nah, I'm sorry. This is really tough. As far as the moment of the shooting itself, there's not much value to this video, I don't think. But in the moments leading up to it, you can just see he very, like, obviously makes this decision to stand right in front of the car. So.
I can't imagine what it was to see.
Right below this is 3 links to a different analysis. Here's the Washington Post investigation, New York Times. The WAPO article is paywalled, unfortunately. The red dot is the shooter. I don't think this is a very good actually depiction of it, guys. I don't know who made this, but I don't think that from the angle that we just watched a moment ago. I mean, he's kind of stationary here in this animation, but in the video that we watched, he steps in front of the car very like as she's moving. So I don't think this was very good, to be honest with you.
See that, Emily. The way that you are laying this out, though, I just want to repeat and make sure that I'm clear, and please correct me if I say anything wrong. You're saying that what you saw was disorganized ICE, but then when they tried to get her to stop, she got spooked. She reversed her car to turn her wheels to get away, and that was when the officer stepped in front.
They were telling her to leave. They were telling her to move, and then all of a sudden they seemed like they were trying to get her. So they were telling her to move, and then in a split second they were saying they were trying to get her out of the car. So it was like she was trying to move. Once they were trying to get in her car, she was of course she wanted to leave at that point. They were extremely aggressive. Yeah,
she would have been scared, obviously.
So actually, hang on, guys. This is we didn't even talk about this, but like my understanding was that she started to move backwards after he had made contact with her car and tried to open the door. But when you watch this, she is actually she has actually put the car in reverse and started moving before he even touched the thing. So as he's walking up to the car, she is in the process of doing a 3-point turn here. She's backing up I think quite clearly with the intention of moving forward. She didn't drive her car backwards in response to this person trying to get into her car. Like, if you watch the wheels, it happens really kind of quickly right before he touches it, but watch.
Yeah, she would have been scared.
You see the wheels moving here?
Once they were trying to get in her car, she was of course she wanted to leave at that point. They were extremely aggressive.
So like right here, if we even slow it down, you can see the wheels turning, and you can see the car like just starting to back up. So she was in the process of trying to comply with, according to this witness, the previous order of moving her car.
Yeah.
She would have been scared, obviously. President Trump,
it's like really subtle, but again, human beings, we don't like, we don't have like instantaneous reaction time. It takes us a second before our brain tells our body to do something, or like during a decision-making process. And so like, obviously, like, her decision in this moment was to move her car. Now, like, she was given an order. She was given an order, I think, quite clearly on that video. Maybe she's listening to the radio. I don't know. But like, We can hear the order very, very clearly. Get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the fucking car. It is also pretty easy to imagine someone who is not used to being in this kind of situation ever, feeling overwhelmed or like, you know, confused and acting on impulse. Regardless of whether or not it was like an understandable mistake or not, this was a bad decision. But I think like this context of like she was in the process as he was approaching changes things, I think, a little bit for me, where I'm like less I don't know what the word is. Judgmental doesn't feel appropriate.
He posted a video saying that it's lucky the ICE agent was alive, and I just want to be clear, the ICE agent is
like, maybe she's looking at the road, right? Like maybe she's looking at the road and is not aware that he has, because he doesn't stick his hand like super into her car. It's like along the inside of her car, right?
President Trump, as you know.
She could be looking backwards as she's reversing here. Like when you guys back up, you look backwards to your right, right? Yeah. Like, or if her car has a, what is this, a Honda Odyssey? Does it have a camera? Is this a newer model? Does this have a camera? Maybe she was looking at her dashboard. Maybe she was looking back. You know, you're going in reverse, right? Honda Pilot. Do Honda Pilots have reverse cameras? Is that what you say? Reverse cameras? Yes. Honda Pilot models from 2016 onwards come standard with a rear view camera. Do we know what year this car is, guys? Either which way, I mean, in either case, if it didn't have a camera, she would be looking backwards and to the right, right? That's how you're supposed to do it, right? That's how I do it. When I go reverse, I look backwards and to the right. Looks 2012. That only looks older. It wasn't a standard feature, but they could have it. Either way, like if she's looking at her dashboard, then she wouldn't actually see this guy doing the thing here, right? Like I'm just saying, and I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just offering a plausible interpretation of what might have happened. It is entirely plausible that she was trying to comply with a previous order to remove her vehicle from the roadway, and she was looking at her dashboard or looking behind her. If you guys are saying this might be an older model and it doesn't have a camera, then she would be looked completely away from this guy. And then you can imagine someone like looking forward and then seeing a bunch of fucking stuff going on. And you're like, oh my God, wait, I'm trying to comply. You know, I'm just saying. You could easily imagine that being the case here. Do not Pisco me, led. I will fucking end you in my chat. By plausible, do you mean ... You know what the fuck I mean, just like he did. Pisco can't help it. And you know what? Frankly, I respect that about him, okay? If you want a guy to get into the minutia, if you want a guy to unpack every possible detail of a thing, that is a guy that you want in your corner. I'm going to spin it into a positive. She was moving a car drove in front of her, she stopped, then waved others through. Then these ICE agents got out of the truck and approached her. So there's a video of her letting one car through, and it was an ICE car. It was an ICE vehicle that she let through. I don't know if there's other video of her waving more cars through before. Did you see the loaner box clip that's made its way to LSF? No. Not seeing it. You have a link? Tewi Lorg with $5. What happens now that the FBI won't let Minnesota be involved in the investigation? The honest answer to that, guys, there will be no credible investigation. There will be no consequences. There will be no accountability. Oh, he's reacting to one of my... Oh, hang on a second. Oh, dear. She is then, you know, approached at her car and instructed to exit the vehicle. And then she puts the car in reverse. And then they're screaming at her. And then she hits the accelerator with a police officer in front of the car. Would you agree with me that it's a really... Like, would you ever advise that your kids or anybody that you know ever do that? You also wouldn't ever tell your kids to do what George Floyd did. Do you remember when all those right-wingers saw that video of George Floyd and the way he was behaving before Derek Chauvin crushed him to death with his fucking knee, his Israeli laced? I'm joking. That's a joke. That's not true. That's a conspiracy theory, unverified. Yeah, he was high and he was not being the most fucking... he wasn't being the most compliant, and he was yapping, and he was speaking shit, and he was being difficult, and he was being confused, and none of those justify the action, though. The question is, did they justify the action?
Probably not.
Why?
But I also advise my kids to...
This is really important, though. This is really important. Why would you advise that they don't do that? Naughty pup. Oh, no. Naughty pup. You're on LSF.
Park in the middle of the street?
No. Hit the accelerator if there's a police officer in front of their car. Why would you advise them to not do that?
Sweet. Thanks for the $5. Really appreciate it. 7 more, guys. 7 more. We're going to need it. In the
well, because they could accidentally hit the officer. But...
And what could possibly happen if you do that?
You get charges.
Or...
I still don't think them shooting her in the face is justified for her trying to drive away. I don't think she intentionally hit that officer, but that's just me. And she
actually hit an officer. Or what? He was at the side of the car, to be clear.
I think that if I was in that position and this was happening, I can honestly say...
Obviously, my understanding of how the events played out have evolved as more information became available.
I probably would have tried to drive away too, because I've seen them.
At this point, in my mind, she had hit him momentarily head on for like not going 50 miles per hour or whatever, but that was my understanding at that time. And in that analysis, I think what I'm saying makes perfect sense. Obviously, that changed.
And pull people out of cars.
Again, the intent is kind of important here as well. And also, he's at this is like someone drives away from you and you're having a fight with them. Like in an argue, like a domestic or some shit. That's where the first shot's fired. Like you can see the wheel is turning and he's there. I don't know, man.
And beat the living shit out of him for no reason whatsoever. And American citizens, that's not justifying them beating up immigrants, because that's a whole...
You should never be in front of a car as a police officer. It's in your training. Is that true? Apparently ICE are not very well trained, though. Are they?
No, I think there was reporting that they chopped down the... wasn't there reporting that they literally... there used to be, I'll make it up, 25 weeks of training. And then this administration dropped that down to like 7 or something like that. They significantly reduced the amount of time that is required for training in ICE. That was what I remember from the reporting. From 5 months to 47 days. It's literally in the DHS memo that was circulated months ago, that if you go in front of a moving vehicle, you void your self-defense claim. I don't know if that was in the memo. Can you link the memo?
Posted. He posted a video saying that it's lucky the ICE agent was alive, and I just want to be clear, the ICE agent is walking afterwards, and we know that from anything that he had not.
Yeah.
The argument actually lines up with how use of force analysis is taught and evaluated. In most law enforcement standards, there's a key concept called imminent threat. Someone truly poses an immediate danger to an officer's life, the situation is usually chaotic, split-second reactive, not deliberate. If an officer has the time and space to draw a firearm, aim, and fire multiple shots, then critics reasonably ask whether the threat was truly imminent or whether the officer had... I see where you're going with this. And also, he put his left hand on the hood of her car and then leaned forward. He literally leaned into the car. Why would you do that if you felt like she was going to kill you with her car? Why would you do that? If you actually thought that, you would get the fuck out of the way. Even 5 months is LOL. In Germany, it takes 2 to 3 years to become a police officer. Those people represent one of the powers of the state. Wait. How many? 2 to 3 years? Is that true? Hang on. What the fuck? The training duration for police officers in Germany varies depending on the specific training program and the level of police academy. Generally, the training lasts between 2 to 3 years. This includes both theoretical and practical components covering subjects such as criminal law, police tactics, and forensic science. Our ICE, called Zoll, is 2 years. Cops are 2.5 years. My America brain is like, excuse me, what?
He's fine and he's out. But President Trump posted...
stood there.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what you're going to say about what he did afterwards.
Oh, he just stood there. The other ICE agents surrounded him. He was obviously spooked too. I mean, they seem like children. They seem like untrained people. And so that agent was obviously...
I said the same fucking thing. That moment afterwards, he you can see him, he locks up and freezes for a moment. As if he's, standing there in that moment thinking, oh God, what just happened? I was slightly off. It says that doing it undermines any claim that deadly force. That sounds better. Because that's what I read yesterday. From Title 1, by the way, what is this? Is this a memo from, what is this again? From Title 1 U.S. DOJ policy on use of force. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless 1, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. Or 2, the vehicle is operated, hold on, a person in the vehicle is threatening okay. Number 2, the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Also, placing oneself in the path of a moving vehicle constitutes officer-created jeopardy and undermines any claim that deadly force was necessary. And the logic is kind of obvious, right? Like if you have the time to place your hand on the hood of a car and remove a pistol from your holster and then point the pistol at the driver for 1.5 seconds, surely in that time, you could have simply stepped out of the way. The thing that gets a little murky is we do grant law enforcement officers authorization to use deadly force if necessary. And oftentimes they are confronted with situations where they have to make really split-second decisions. That's why you can have cases that happen where the officer misidentifies a threat, uses lethal force, but is not punished in any way because the decision is understandable or reasonable in the context. Obviously, it's not reasonable to expect perfect decision making from police officers. That's why we have to come up with like reasonable standards. And in this case, you have to ask, like, why the fuck did you step in front of the car? Why the fuck did you put your hand on the, why did you lean on the car? Why didn't you back up? Why are you off to the side of the car by the time the first shot is fired? He's like off to the side of it a little bit and leaning his gun in, like he fucking, that angle that we just watched a moment ago in slow motion is really something, because like I just said it a moment ago, but like he so easily could have like had his arm kind of clipped by the car and pointed in the direction of the cop that was standing right next to him. He could have blown that cop's fucking head off by doing that.
Spooked because he had just killed someone, and it was.
I fear we're missing a psychotic White House press conference. Did that start?
There's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in
Do you guys want me to rewind, or do you want me to rewind after and we can watch it live?
self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is...
I think we should watch it live and go back after, okay? So I'm gonna do that.
That guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. What is, I'm sorry guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head,
Then
and
why
obviously
would
we're
you
not going
say
to
what
get
you
the chance to
said?
ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law.
Hello?
What I am certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under their...
Holy shit, my head is spinning. Guys, what the fuck? He just blatantly contradicted himself. Excuse me?
very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer...
Really? The Secretary of DHS, Kristi Noem, she seems to know. She said she was a terrorist that was trying to murder the police officer.
was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, you know, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking? when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart.
Following up
in the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
You know, I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported.
I think there was a way for them to navigate this politically and have it be and they could have like skated, you know? Obviously you guys know how I feel about everything now with like the various different angles and blah 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 blah, right? But like politically, you guys understand what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying that the police shooting was justified. But I'm saying politically, they could have like skated by sticking to a script, you know? Like there's just enough there to convince maybe a lot of normies, like, well, you know, I don't like that she was shot, but the car was moving forward, da, da, da. But when they go to these kinds of steps, like I swear to God, this administration is giving us a fucking clinic on the Streisand effect. Because you have people like Trump jump into the conversation and make these outrageous claims. Like he says, he puts out his Truth Social post yesterday. He's like, I can't believe the officer survived. Well, as soon as you say that, people are like, well, hang on a minute. That's fucking ridiculous. Like even the Hodge twins, even those fucking MAGA sycophants posted from their Twitter account like that it was crazy that Trump said that. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if they did they delete the tweet? But even they tweeted out like, that's kind of crazy that Trump said that even they're posting, wow, how do people not see how bad this is for ICE? All these agents and their families have an even bigger target on their back now. Well, he could mean a few different things there. Hodge twins tweeted out, Trump telling everybody this dude is, quote, recovering in the hospital is crazy as hell. Like once you start making these ridiculous claims, then all of a sudden you're going to lose that political fight. Because if you have just enough cover, and we've known in America, it's just the culture of law enforcement here is just, I don't know if America is different in that regard. I don't know how other countries run their police, but we all understand that there's a culture when it comes to police that is inclined to give them every benefit of the doubt in every circumstance. And I will say this, right? Like I will say this, hang on, let me think about this. It was somebody outside of my nuclear family, okay? It was somebody outside of my nuclear family. So it's, you know, like not my dad, not my sister. You guys know, I've told you guys, like you guys know that I've been around law enforcement my entire life, like for fucking years. I've heard every story you could possibly imagine. And I had one exchange with an individual, and they were former law enforcement, retired, and their view when I spoke to them, I'm not even kidding, their view was that every police lethal use of force in history was justified. I shit you not. I shit you not. Again, no one in my nuclear family, but I was having a conversation with this person. We were kind of getting into it, you know. There was like multiple people saying multiple different things, and this person straight up genuinely believed that every lethal use of force that a cop has ever had to do or did was justified. And it was like a stunning moment for me where I was like, whoa, okay. I had already known that, like, with police officers, it is an intense bond. And that itself is not a bad thing. Their jobs are to protect the community, to protect themselves, and to protect each other. And that happens every day. It's a really serious part of the job. But when your job is to, when you're potentially your partner or your fellow officer's life is literally in your hands, you know, that will bond you, and it will create something that goes deeper than most kind of traditional co-worker relationships. Like if you're working at fucking Arby's or an ad agency or, you know, a hedge fund, you're not, you might feel a bond, but it's not the same kind of bond, you know. It's a different kind of bond when you guys are watching each other's backs to make sure that you don't die. And so, like, it's not bad that that bond happens. In fact, it, you know, in many ways, it's good that that bond exists. But I think in America, we've all seen enough to know that sometimes or oftentimes this bond causes people to take like really irrational or make really irrational claims where they are almost literally blinded to the possibility. Like the bond becomes more important than the facts of some particular event. I'm lost touch. Oh God, am I not articulating myself well? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? There's a culture of police. There's a culture of intense loyalty, is basically what I'm saying. And that intense loyalty, oftentimes, I think, will override their better judgment. %40 of domestic abuse that they intensely adhere to. I think that there are massive issues with that particular statistic, just so you guys are aware. Maybe this isn't the day that people want to hear it, but there's another side to policing that unfortunately gets completely lost, especially in moments like these. It was Esme's favorite movie last year. Fuck, hold on. There's a documentary movie about a woman who shot one of her neighbors. It plays out over 2 or 3 years. It's on Netflix. What is it called? There's a movie. Fuck, what is it called, you guys? So, there's Danger, like a dangerous neighbor. The Perfect Neighbor. The Perfect Neighbor. Is that what it's called? Yeah, The Perfect Neighbor. Okay, I should have just asked you guys and not fucking ChatGPT. I don't want to spoil anything in case some of you guys haven't seen the movie, because it is a really good movie. It is a phenomenal movie. It is one of the best movies of the last year, I think. It was Esme's favorite. It was in my top 10. And I don't want to tell you what happens because it's pretty pretty riveting documentary. But there was this woman who moved into a neighborhood and she was just a nightmare. The community that she moved into, her neighbors, very tight-knit community. They got along. The kids played together. Their kids would oftentimes just harmlessly play, football on an open field that was like in the middle of everything. And this one woman was just like calling the cops constantly on her neighbor's kids. And the situation escalates and becomes quite tragic. But throughout the entire movie is through body cam footage. I think all of it, almost all of it, is like body cam footage. And the cops in that neighborhood really had that community's back the whole time. They showed, I think that movie like showed how important police is in communities all over the country. And the only reason I know that these cops were like super good for that community is because this movie came out and because this tragedy happened. If that had never happened, I never would have been aware of that. But in moments like these, and especially when there's this like, I think it's reasonable to not expect perfection from cops. And sometimes like tragedies do happen and sometimes mistakes are made, but that doesn't mean that the cop had like bad intent or whatever. Like, I think it's reasonable to expect that there's going to be mistakes and sometimes even fatal mistakes that police officers make. But this culture that it's mainly the Republican Party, but this culture that the Republican Party and sometimes like a lot of police officers themselves, this culture of intense, reflexive, this urge to run cover in this kind of extreme way, it just pisses people off. It just pisses people the fuck. It pisses me off. And it makes people feel like very negative feelings about like the culture of police in this country. And I don't really know how to like fucking change that. I don't know if you can change that. But it's a problem. It's a fucking problem. Big fucking problem. Like, I think people reasonably are willing to, or in a vacuum, like on paper would be willing to extend grace to police officers in the course of their duties. You do this stuff and it's like when you start saying stuff like, oh my God, I can't believe the officer survived. Kristi Noem, that fucking snake, yesterday in the press conference, tried to sneakily imply that the officer was like recovering from significant injuries at home. It's like, he was seen, he was treated medically, he went to the hospital, and now he's got to spend a little time at home with his family. Like, that is not why that cop went home. Anytime a law enforcement officer shoots someone or kills someone with their firearm, they are mandated to go on leave. That is standard policy. It had nothing to do with like injuries. They just take it to these insane levels. Anyways, bit of a rant there.
When you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowered?
Luda Bear with 55 months, Swanee Bird with $5. I'm honestly ready to equate this situation to what happened to the Ukrainian woman on the subway. Nothing about this situation is justified. I don't know exactly what you mean when you say that. These are very different circumstances. K-Fish with 21 months. Appreciate it. Bad Company with $5. Gnome said there's a network of agitators being taught how to use their vehicles as weapons. Once you start spewing out shit like that, you're cooked. Also, when you do that, you're the head of DHS. Like, this was a DHS officer that used deadly force, and then the secretary of DHS gets up there and says that. What do you think that's going to do to, like, what kind of culture do you think that's going to set for the rest of DHS officers who are in the field right now? Who are taking, I don't know why you would ever take that awful woman at her word on anything, but, you know, let's say there are officers that are, that like, feel like they genuinely want to, you know, do their jobs well and protect communities and blah, blah, blah. And they hear her say that, well, fuck, holy shit, there's a network of terrorists that are being trained to run us over. Are you going to make, like, how many more trigger happy DHS agents did she make by saying that? Fucking 2 hours after this thing happened, getting in front of a podium and accusing this woman of being a left-wing terrorist or a part of a terrorist cell? Jack, oh buddy. Ooh, do I want to ban? Ooh, I said I was going to do it. And it's like, you know what it is, guys? Like, it's almost like I'm playing Arc Raiders. You know? I've had moments in Arc Raiders where I was like, my instinct told me, like, you need to kill this raider. You need to just do it. And then I don't do it, and then it backfires on me. It happened on stream a few days ago.
Don't shoot!
Dude, on stream, I called the fucking elevator at water treatment on damn Battlegrounds. I heard a voice, hey, hold it open for me, hold it open for me. I'm like, all right, bro. My instinct in that moment, I was like, you need to fire away. You can let him crawl into the elevator. You don't need to finish him, but you need to blast. And I didn't listen to my judgment. He came in, murdered me, and stole my loot. Criticizing cops makes Hutch weird for some reason. I'm not going to allude why. It's so fucking... If you... The very proposition that me, this guy with a family of cops, that I'm like fucking this like thin blue line guy. If you knew me, if you knew me, you had my memories, is fucking ridiculous. Oh, wait, are you joking? Are you joking? I'm saying you have a bias. If I say anything that you think is unreasonable, feel free to let me know. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that, I don't think anything I've said today has been unreasonable. Some of you guys are kind of like, I feel like a lot of people, especially in moments like these, a lot of people got like perma-stuck in 2020. And I think a lot of people think that like cops are fucking like literal Nazis. Every single cop is like a literal Nazi, and it's cringe and it's dumb. It's fucking stupid. Really dumb. Okay. I think you're biased. Okay. How about that?
Empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law. I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, you know, we can...
Like, I'm losing my mind. I did a 15-minute rant, a 10 to 15-minute rant about how there's a serious problem when it comes to the culture of law enforcement in this country, who place a heavy emphasis on unyielding loyalty over rational observation and deduction. And somebody in chat responds with, Hutch gets weird sometimes. I don't know, his family's got cops. It's like, what the fuck? Excuse me?
We can.
Hell's Advocate with 200 bits. Apropos of nothing, Nuremberg, Pennsylvania looks like a cool place for legal proceedings in 2029. Nuremberg, there's a place in Pennsylvania called Nuremberg.
We can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum.
Bad Company with $5. Seen someone say creating trigger happy agents is a feature, not a bug. 100% true. I don't know about, I mean, I agree to a certain degree. I agree that the culture that the Trump administration are fostering is one of training ICE to identify every single individual in this country who is here maybe illegally, doesn't have the right papers or documentation. It's treated like a criminal, like a invasion. That's a top-down problem. The idea that various countries are emptying their mental institutions and prisons and sending people across our border to invade and take over the country. The video that we watched yesterday was fucking outrageous with that Somali Uber driver that king. We need to get that guy to run for office, bro. We need to seat him in the halls of power. This fucking king. If you guys didn't see that video, my goodness, I'll link it again. Watch that entire video. I'm not going to watch it again on stream. Like 8 minutes. This one unbelievable Chadwick of a human being absolutely made these thugs look like utter fools. He made them shrink with his power. But there was a moment in their conversation where the guy said, well, it's actually, hold on.
Why are you getting close?
Let's actually, hold on. And it's in the beginning sometime. The guy just straight up says, well, I don't know, you don't sound like an American. I don't know what he said. You have a funny accent. Obviously, I'm going to ask you for your papers. That's fucking crazy.
Hear you. You can stand there. I'm not close. How come she got a GoPro and you got your police issued a body cam? What's going on with you guys?
Why do we have it?
What kind of shit is this? Dude, listen, I'm here working. You're working too, right? So go, it says U.S. Border Patrol. This is not the border. Go to the Canada border or the Mexico border.
But if you were from this country,
dude.
If you were from this country, what do you mean?
What do you mean if I'm from this country?
I can hear you don't have the same accent as me. That's why I'm.
Oh, so you.
Oh my God, bro! They just said it. They just came out and said it. The very hint of something like this 15 years ago would have been a national scandal. It would have been it would have driven multiple news cycles. The mere possibility of something like this. It did. Stuff like this did drive news cycles. When I was younger. There used to be a kind of vigilance about this kind of stuff in the public discourse. And he just came out and fucking said it. Well, you don't sound like me, so, let me see your papers. It's crazy. Insane. It's an insane culture.
of dignity and respect, and the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happen. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think.
By the way, Jack Hutch took down yesterday's video because he became aware of his errors in judgment. Jack whom? Whomst are you talking? What? Jack in your chat? What videos did I take down? What are you talking about? You know, chat, sometimes I have complicated feelings about you guys. It's complicated.
I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest. That's fine.
No, Mr. Editor Man has made it a habit of unlisting all the streams on YouTube after they're live. And it is to like save the YouTube content for like the VOD stuff. It has nothing to do. You can find yesterday's stream on Twitch, I think. I forgot to. I mean, there's blood in there. I don't know if it's TOS, but if you want to watch yesterday's VOD, here, you know what? I'll link you. You dumb motherfucker. Sorry. I didn't mean that. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. I didn't mean that. There you go. All right there. The entire VOD yesterday.
Not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very...
He's doing it again. Now he's back. So he started by saying she da-da-da-da and she drove her car into the da-da-da-da. And then somebody asked the question like, well, you saw the video. Do you have any doubt whatsoever that maybe she wasn't trying to do that? Well, I can't know what's in her heart. And then the very next question, something drove this woman to, you know, like drive her car into ICE agents. He's like all over the fucking place here.
Very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice
Did he,
President.
though?
What's your message following?
Did he though? Swanee Bird with $5. I mean, as far as outrage, Democrats should be treating this situation the same as Ukrainian woman on the subway, drive the news cycle for weeks. There was some reporting to suggest that some rank and file Democrats are considering the possibility of leveraging a shutdown over ICE reforms. That would be amazing. However, I think I'm going to take the chat view of things. I would like it if they did that. I would fucking love it if they did that. I think if there's ever a moment to do that, it's like right now, where I think there's significant opportunity to get the public on board with our concerns, complaints, anger. I think there's enough about this story now that we know to get that message out there and have it land with the public. But I'm gonna be a little bit chat blackpilled in the moment and say I have no faith that the Democrats would stand in unison around this topic. I think they're pretty gun shy to be seen as they're gun shy about the idea of appearing soft on crime. I have no faith that they would actually do that. But now would be the time to do that.
On that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him. And then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protest...
It's not. It is not obvious. I do think, man, especially since they are so aggressively pouncing on this. Here's what I think. I could be wrong, but here's what I think. I think they are. It's like a mixture of things. Like there's hubris and then there's just incompetence. Because I think probably most of these cabinet members just saw like one angle one time and just started like pounced right on their messaging and just aggressively went with it because they assumed this would be like a slam dunk like PR win for them. And obviously, as more of these forensic analyses come out, as you know, people are slowing down the footage. You can see very clearly he's off to the side of the car. Like I think they pretty dramatically misjudged the situation. And I don't think they're playing into a good hand here.
Protesters is by all means protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis from Tim Walz on down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about, for example, a criminal law where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You've called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is.
I take it back, man. I've been saying for a little bit now that people underestimate Vance, that he's quite shrewd. I am so unimpressed with him as he stands before me today. This guy does not have the juice. He is not that guy.
This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take kids.
He also kind of looks like shit today. I don't know who did his makeup, but he looks very splotchy. Very splotchy. Like, he looks like Philip Seymour Hoffman in an indie film in like 2005. You know what I mean?
We're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Learning Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on. So I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person completely aside from all the other issues that the person.
When was the Jack Smith appointment found unconstitutional? There was a minority opinion that Clarence Thomas wrote. Oh, wait, hang on. Didn't Eileen yeah, Judge Cannon, is that her name? I think she used there was like a dissenting opinion, or no, was it a dissenting opinion? Now I don't remember.
Person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the president of the United States on down. And that's going to give him the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
Pardoned. How many hundreds of people were convicted of violent crimes on January 6th that got pardons? I think it was like 200 to 300 had violent convictions.
We made clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular. There is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who was in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that?
Has anyone asked the administration if the officer was wearing a body cam? Has anyone even asked that question?
Its weight is behind this ICE investigation.
So what do you mean when you say investigation? Do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to.
Did she even ask about this at all in her question?
The bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday, of the ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can follow up. I will say,
surely,
look, I would appreciate
yes.
everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very
Did he step in front of the car that time as well?
A very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was kept out of the planning for the operations because of her past concerns about military involvement in Venezuela?
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation. That's false. And another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations. That's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government. And we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do.
Has he asked you to do something yet?
Well, every single, or I should say every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable. And as the president has directed us to do, to ensure that the new Venezuelan government actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very involved, and I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it. The purple.
Yes. Even beyond the war powers resolution.
We'll go purple, and then we'll go pink or whatever that is in front.
Royal purple. And then beige. All right.
Okay.
Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area. Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, and maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's going on in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't say that she was paid. I don't have the evidence to say that one way or the other. What I do know is that she was violating the law. And if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the war powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that President Trump is losing his grip on Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked to some of the senators who were going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution today. Much of their argument was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all,
I'm so sorry. I'm going to do just a very brief, random, unrelated question to chat. For NVIDIA PC people who are playing Arc Raiders, were you guys able to force the new Model M for DLSS 4.5 in Arc Raiders? Because I did the shit. I opted into the beta version of the NVIDIA app. I clicked on the global settings. For the preset, I clicked on latest. But then when I go in game and I have the overlay ahead, it says Model M, but it says off. I guess it's like I think it's the SR, super resolution SR override Model M, but then it says off. I think you need a 5000 series card. No, you definitely don't. It works for the 20 series cards and higher. Does anybody know? This might be a little niche. This might be a little niche. I wouldn't use DLSS in multiplayer games, IMO. Okay. I don't think people realize how good DLSS is now. Like, it's very good. It is very good. It adds latency input, not much. Not much. It the most extreme, well, if you don't have a 4090 or a 50 series card, then like if your base is like, you're only getting 40 frames a second and then you enable DLSS and it's like 150 frames, like that will add more latency. But if you're already getting decent performance and you enable DLSS, the latency is going to be pretty minimal. Same with frame generation. Honestly, you can play Arc Raiders on my rig with frame generation on, and you don't really get that much input lag. But I can't get, yeah, I know, I understand that. DLSS and frame gen are two different things. I think maybe some people are mixing them up, maybe. I don't think there is significant input delay for DLSS. For frame gen, that's a different story, but even then, you don't need DLSS for a 4090. When you're playing on my settings, if I turn off DLSS, and for example, if I use DLAA, if I'm not streaming, I can do that. If I'm not streaming, I can do DLAA, and that's fine. I get like 150 frames, it's good. If I'm streaming at the same time, then I have to do quality or balanced or something like that. But for other people are able to force the new model. Like they came out with an improved model and DLSS looks even better now. It looks like insanely good. And I did the thing in the app and I did the global setting, but then when I'm in game, it's not registering the new models. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but other people seem to have got it to work. The frame gen, you guys, again, the frame gen with the new update is really good. Like they didn't completely fix the ghosting issues and artifacting, but it is really good. You're a pro streamer, get a capture card and stream from a second PC. I don't need to with this PC. I do not need another machine. Complete reinstall the game? Maybe. All right, you guys don't have the answers I'm looking for. I'm sorry. We'll continue with the press conference.
The president, I believe himself, has already said every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, President. So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we are seeing the protests in Iran these days. The cities are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we certainly stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful protest, anybody who's trying to exert their rights for free association and to have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems. And as the President of the United States has said, the smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to their nuclear program. I'll let the President speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah,
thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Some of you motherfuckers in chat have no idea what you're talking about. By the way, you're saying, oh God, it adds all this latency. I mean, there's some latency, but the NVIDIA overlay that shows the statistics show the latency. And I was just experimenting with DLSS and frame generation last night off stream. I was just playing the game and just seeing what the different frame rates would be. I was playing DLAA, which is there's no upscaling there. It's just their anti-aliasing technology. So it's not doing DLSS like upscaling. I was doing DLAA with frame generation, getting about 150 to 160 frames per second with mostly like pretty high settings. And I was getting like 30 milliseconds of latency. That is fine, by the way. 30 seconds of latency is not something that you're really going to detect as a human being, for the most part. Yeah.
Concerning Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because
Did I say 30 seconds? 30 milliseconds. Obviously, 30 seconds would be entirely unplayable.
Member states in the region are concerned.
Well, look, the president had a very productive phone call with the president of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue.
NVIDIA Reflex is good, but it's fucked on arc raiders right now. Don't use Reflex right now. It's going to cause frame spikes, and it's fucked. Whatever they did in the last update fucked it. I assume they'll unfuck it by the next update, but turn it off and it'll feel a lot better.
Which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue. You actually remove the power of one of the main destabilizing forces in Latin America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look, we say it all the time, this is the president of peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that the United States is going to be respected, that the United States is willing to take power away from criminal cartel organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see.
Your drivers are updated, right? Yeah, I did it like the proper way too. I did DDU and did a clean uninstall of the drivers, downloaded the new driver set from NVIDIA website. I did everything right, but then I'm in the game and it says that the super resolution override is off for whatever reason. But other people have figured out a way to enable Model M in Arc Raiders, and it's just not working for me for some reason, I guess.
See the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much more peaceful than it was certainly under Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message for European leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Well,
the Greenland shit, you guys, is like, of all the crazy shit that's going on during this administration, the Greenland stuff is like, I find it to be so like surreal. I don't even, it's like so absurd. It's so unbelievably absurd. Like, we have members of the government in Denmark issuing statements like, we will shoot anyone who tries to invade our country. Like, you have government officials in Denmark who feel the need to say, like, hey, just in case you're fucking serious about invading Denmark, we will shoot at people who try to do that. That is so outside the bounds of reality or whatever. It's so bizarre. It's so unhinged.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland next week. I want to say it is, but maybe it's the week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public. But I guess my advice to European leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What has the President said? Number one, Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world. So what we're asking our European friends to do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously, because...
No, that's not what you're doing. You're suggesting that you might just take it. What did Kristi Noem say yesterday that was like so insane? Because she was like, she made some kind of allusion to Venezuela. She said something like, well, look at what happened in Venezuela. You know, you don't want that to happen, right? Implying what? Like, are we going to fly like a dozen helicopters into the fucking capital of Denmark? Was it Kristi Noem who said it? I think it was her. We'll watch the press conference she gave today.
Because if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the president as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. And I just ask you, look, this is politics, and often Republicans and, you know, get in.
Don't do this whole like, come on guys, let's all, don't do it. Don't fucking, you are the most incendiary, inflammatory, provocative, unhinged administration that has ever served.
In arguments with the press about things, I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and
oh, never mind. This makes more sense. Yeah.
Imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the president wants to do, and I certainly.
I mean, we live in a, I don't even, this is just the end times, I guess.
Want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that tells the truth. I encourage you all to do that. God bless you. Happy New Year, guys.
Is that it? Did she not take any questions? Let's go back to the front of this real quick.
Young kids, a lot of kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent,
the fuck is that? Swanee Bird with $10. I met a guy from my company from Denmark while visiting Czechia 2 years ago. Cool guy. Asked my buddy if we wanted to join him and his friend for a beer spa. Wonder if he'd be as nice now. A beer spa? What does that mean? TK, did I get you for 14 months? Speaking of movie takes, if you haven't seen Marty Supreme, definitely recommend Wild Ride of a Movie. It's on the list. I'm going to wait for it to come out on digital.
struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number two, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100.
Speaking of Greenland, is anybody else excited as fuck for wait, what's it called? Is the movie called Greenland? What's the movie with the 300 guy? Yeah, Greenland 2 Migration. Bro. Everybody sleeps on the movie Greenland. No one talks about that movie, and it's fucking awesome. It is fucking awesome. Like, me and Esme watched it from home when it came out on digital, because I think, didn't it come out during the pandemic, like during lockdown stuff? And we were expecting kind of like a San Andreas kind of hokey kind of disaster film, and it ended up being fucking amazing. It is genuinely a fucking incredible movie. And the new one's coming out. Incredible timing for this movie to be coming out. Did the Rotten Tomatoes come out? 64%. Respectable. Respectable. What did the first one get? First one is a solid 77%. It's actually so good, you guys. If you've never seen it, it is so good. It's like one of my favorite disaster films. And the new one's coming out, I think, this weekend.
Indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening.
Okay, I think we're done with the bullshit. This is a New York Times article where the press pressed him on his like claim that the officer was like run over and like almost died. And you can listen to the article. Okay.
We pressed Trump on his conclusion about the ICE shooting. Here's what he said. This article is by Zolan Cano-Youngs and read by an automated voice. President Trump wanted to run the tape. Just hours after an Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent shot a 37-year-old woman in Minneapolis on Wednesday, Mr. Trump told a group of New York Times reporters that the woman was at fault because she had tried to run over the officer. We were in the Oval Office for an interview with the president, and the unfolding situation in Minneapolis was high on our list of questions. As soon as we started asking him about the incident, he said, "I want to see nobody get shot. I want to see nobody screaming and trying to run over policemen either." When we pressed Mr. Trump on his conclusion that the victim, Renee Nicole Good, tried to run over the agent, he asked an aide to pull up the video on a laptop in an effort to prove his point. That was a vicious situation that took place, Mr. Trump said, apparently referring to what federal officials have said was an effort by Ms. Good to run down an ICE agent. The exchange was a glimpse into Mr. Trump's reflexive defense of what has become a sometimes violent federal crackdown on immigration, which in this case claimed the life of an American citizen who was protesting ICE's presence in Minneapolis. On Thursday, after our interview with the president, a Times analysis of footage from 3 camera angles showed the motorist was driving away from, not toward, a federal officer when he opened fire. But on Wednesday night, Mr. Trump stuck to his position even as we pointed out the inconsistencies in his account and the lack of clarity in videos circulating on social media. We asked if, in his mind, firing into a vehicle like that was acceptable. "She behaved horribly," Mr. Trump said, "and then she ran him over. She didn't try to run him over. She ran him over." We told the president that the early videos circulating online were unclear.
None of even the early videos gave even the slightest impression that she ran him over. Are his eyes failing him? Is that what's happening here?
Play the tape for you right now, Mr. Trump said. Mr. Trump's aide, Natalie Harp, brought a laptop over to the Resolute desk to show us what he said would be evidence of the woman's wrongdoing. Before the video began, Mr. Trump acknowledged the tragic nature of the shooting. With all of it being said, "No, I don't like that happening," he said, before pivoting to his common refrain of criticizing illegal immigration. As a slow-motion surveillance video of the shooting played on the laptop, we told him that this angle did not appear to show that an ICE officer had been run over. "Well," Mr. Trump said, the way I look at it, quote, "It's a terrible scene," Mr. Trump said at the end of the video. "I think it's horrible to watch. No, I hate to see it." But did this fatal shooting mean his ICE operation had gone too far? Mr. Trump sidestepped the question, instead blaming his predecessor's immigration policies.
I mean, I think that tells you right there that they feel like there's some hesitation. Like I feel like that tells you right there that even Trump knows, like, oh, maybe I can't get away with characterizing it however I want. You know, that shows to me a little bit of a step back from the initial claim.
Mr. Trump's willingness to make a near-immediate conclusion about the deadly shooting appeared to be at odds with one of his senior advisors. Tom Homan, Mr. Trump's border czar, told CBS News that he would not make a judgment call on video of the shootings circulating on social media. "Let the investigation play out," Mr. Homan said, "and hold people accountable based on the investigation."
Which was obviously wildly out of step with Kristi Noem, who just immediately came out and made these definitive claims.
Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, without any evidence at all, accuses this 37-year-old mother of 3 who just dropped off her kid at school of being part of a domestic terrorism operation and cites her as a domestic terrorist.
Right, and everyone we've spoken to, Wolf, experts, law enforcement officials, those who used to work at ICE,
it's simply too early in the investigation, based on what we know, based on what we've seen, to make any sort of claim like that.
Yeah, ridiculous claim. And we have some new CNN reporting that we're about to share with you. Multiple Department of Homeland Security officials are privately expressing shock over the department's immediate response to the shooting.
CNN's Priscilla Alvarez joins us now. So you've been talking to your sources within the agency, and it's different. It's interesting to see how Tom Homan has been handling this as it compares to Kristi Noem. Tell us more about what you're learning.
Well, and Tom Homan being the White House border czar who took a more measured response when he, in an interview with CBS, where he said he didn't have all of the evidence yet, for all the reasons that you two just walked through in terms of the Homeland Security Secretary's statement and press conference, where she called this an act of domestic terrorism, where she said that this woman was trying to, quote, run over the law enforcement agents. There was so much shock among Homeland Security officials over all of that, because typically the precedent is that you don't get ahead of the investigation, that you say there's an investigation ongoing and you don't draw firm conclusions. So I was getting multiple messages about just the sheer surprise that the Department of Homeland Security would reach that conclusion so quickly, only a few hours actually after the shooting, and reiterate that later on in the day during that press conference. Now, the officials I've spoken with also caution that they don't know all of the set of circumstances here, and that they stress that there does need to be an investigation. But what they have seen in the videos doesn't seem to align with the training. The secretary said that the training was followed, but typically, for example, ICE officers wouldn't get in front of a vehicle which appears to
add this to the list of things that we should probably be demanding of the Democratic Party as we go into the midterms. Like, constituents need to inform their representatives and senators that they fully expect the Democrats, well, I guess it would just be the House Democrats, to use the power of the Congress to do their own independent investigations. Like, you know, we want subcommittee hearings, we want investigations, kind of a thing. Noam appears to reveal ICE agent's identity. I know his name is going around now. I can't click on that for some reason, but
have happened here with this officer. In fact, they are.
The Wall Street Journal reported that Tulsi, who's supposed to be Trump's intelligence expert, was not even informed about the Venezuela attack. I did read about that, yeah.
Trained to form what is called, quote, a tactical L to that 90-degree angle to avoid being in front of the vehicle and to avoid injury. So it's these little maneuvers that are made that Homeland Security officials I've been speaking with say have called into question the conduct of this officer. I want to reiterate, however, we don't know a lot about this officer yet. The secretary said that he is, quote, experienced. But I will also add that in my sourcing calls, I have also been told that when the hundreds of agents arrived to Minneapolis and Minnesota in recent days, they did have extensive briefings about the possibility of protesters and agitators. So this is something that prior to this incident, they had been aware of could happen. They had been told that if it got violent, they were to call local police for backup. I'm also told that in those briefings, they were told not to engage if people were just yelling. So certainly there were agents who, coming into this assignment from all over the country, including places like Florida, California, Georgia, had been advised that there could be protesters, but were given some level of guidance as to how to deal with that. Lastly, I will say the officer, though we don't know much about him, he had been hospitalized and discharged. According to my sources, that would be typical in an incident like this, and he would.
Hutch, did you fire your gun yet? I have fired 100 rounds with my gun. 50 were a lesser grain, and then the next 50 were with a higher grain. How do you call it? Heavy grain, light grain? I don't know what term you use. But my hand fucking hurts today. What is it called? Delayed onset muscle soreness, DOMS. I shot it 2 days ago. My hand fucking, it's not bad. It's not bad. But my hand and my wrist are like a little sore today.
We'd also.
That can't be cheap. Nope. Turns out ammunition for a 44 Magnum is pretty fucking expensive. Like $40, $45 with tax for 50 rounds. You're almost paying like $1 a bullet.
typically be put on administrative leave. I've asked the Department of Homeland Security if that is the case, and they have not responded yet.
And just to be clear, ICE agents aren't required to wear body cameras, right? And so do we have any indication whether they...
We don't know if they had the body cameras on in this particular case. In the Minneapolis region, they are not required to have those body cameras on, according to a law enforcement source that I spoke with. So we'll see if any of them did, but certainly they are not required across the board.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you so much.
And joining us now to discuss what's going on, CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams. By the way, he's a former assistant director for legislative affairs over at ICE, knows the issue very well. He's a former federal prosecutor as well. Also joining us, Jason Armstrong, retired Ferguson, Missouri police chief. He faced a very similar situation in his town.
They can go around acting like police, but they don't have to wear body cams. Yeah. So my understanding is that it was, so Biden implemented a policy during his presidency where all federal law enforcement officers were required to wear body cams. Also, the use of body cams is way more ubiquitous now. I think the overwhelming majority of law enforcement in America wear body cams at this point. They're way more common now. National Institute of Justice came out with an article, and that's in 2022. Obviously, the president cannot mandate that. He only has authority over federal law enforcement. Like, I don't think the president, now you could sign a bill maybe, but I don't think the president through executive authority can force, local police departments or sheriff's departments to use body cameras. But my understanding is that they have been adopted quite broadly across the United States. Not literally every cop wears body cameras, but it's really common now. More common now, certainly, than it was 10 years ago. There's a Cato Institute article. That just gets into the polling. I mean, the overwhelming majority of the public want cops to wear body cameras. Just guess. According to the Cato Institute, guess. What percentage of Americans support requiring police officers to wear body cameras to record their on-duty interactions? You guys are in the neighborhood. Close, very close. Very close. Little colder. A little colder. It's about 89%, guys. 89%. Either strongly support or somewhat support requiring law enforcement officers to wear body cameras. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I think it would be a bit Orwellian if we mandated like every government worker wear a body cam. But if we're going to entrust someone to, give them the legal authority to discharge a firearm or use lethal force, I think that level of accountability is reasonable. Our standards should be very high. Should be. Our standards for law enforcement should be very high. That is a lot of trust that we as a society are placing on these people. They have a lot of power. They have the power to decide if people live or die. And as such, there should be a commensurate level of accountability there.
After the 2014 police killing of Michael Brown. To both of you, thanks very much for joining us. And Jason, let me start with you. There are multiple angles showing this shooting. You've seen the video, presumably in slow motion, regular motion, several times. What's your take and what do you see in the video?
Do you know if police departments have some kind of insurance policies on top of the state mandated budgeting for dealing with legal fees and payouts? I'm not aware of any insurance. Maybe. I've never heard of anything like that.
What I see in the video is it looks like that there's some vehicles that leave that area prior to the incident happening. They drive past the vehicle, the individual that was shot and killed by the agent. They drive past the vehicle while it's stopped in the roadway. So, we're hearing reports that they were blocking the roadway, but I see vehicles leave beforehand. Then you see the one vehicle pull up and the two agents get out and approach the vehicle. The agent that actually did the shooting comes from the other side. And one of the primary questions, that I would be interested in knowing in this is if the driver saw that individual in front of the car because she was engaged with the agents that were at her window. And when the vehicle pulls off, these situations unfold very fast and quickly. And it was unfortunate that the agent was in front of the vehicle. One of the things that we are really emphasizing in law enforcement is the tactics of de-escalation. And one of the things that we try to do is not put officers, agents in front of vehicles, especially vehicles.
Previous car problem? Wait, did he step in front of another car? The U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer who shot and killed 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good during an immigration operation in Minneapolis Wednesday was assigned to an enforcement and removal operations special response team known as ERO-SRT, and he was previously dragged by a car when trying to arrest a man in Bloomington, Minnesota 6 months ago. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem told reporters Wednesday the officer had been dragged by a car in an incident in June. Is there video of this as well? Oh, okay. I think this is a picture of that incident. So he's not in front of the car on this one. Or maybe, I don't know if that's him or I don't, is he wearing a mask as well? That looks like a camouflage mask. What is that? In that incident, which took place on June 17th, federal immigration officers attempted to arrest Roberto Carlos Munoz, a 39-year-old man previously convicted of sexually assaulting a minor on an immigration warrant in St. Paul. As agents tried to conduct a traffic stop and take him into custody, Munoz refused orders and rolled down his windows refused orders to roll down his windows or exit the vehicle. An ICRO officer broke a rear window and reached inside the car to unlock the door. At that point, Munoz put the vehicle in drive, dragging the officer approximately 100 yards with his arm inside the car as he accelerated and weaved to try to shake him off. Jesus. 100 yards? Pretty fucking intense. The officer twice fired a taser in an unsuccessful attempt to stop him. Eventually, the officer was freed. When the vehicle knocked him out of the window and Munoz continued fleeing, the officer suffered significant lacerations that required 33 stitches. And Munoz was later federally charged with assaulting a federal officer with a dangerous weapon. The ERO agent involved in this incident was the same agent that opened fire on Thursday. He's based in Minneapolis, has over 10 years of experience.
Vehicles that are in motion to try to avoid situations like this from happening.
There's
fast and quickly, and it was unfortunate.
Oh crap!
That the agent was in front of the vehicle. One of the things that we are really emphasizing in law enforcement is the tactics of de-escalation. And one of the things that we try to do is not put officers, agents in front of vehicles, especially vehicles that are in motion, to try to avoid situations like this from happening.
There's a lot of serious questions raised by this video and the different videos we've seen of the angles, no doubt. There's still a lot of nuance here, though, and facts that we just don't know. But listen to what Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, said not long after the shooting.
This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself.
Evidently not according to a semi-recent memo. Evidently he contradicted his training. I don't know if he saw that memo.
And defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Not long after, the mayor came out and said that narrative from the federal officials like Kristi Noem was BS. But how can you make such quick judgments either way so soon after this happened.
You absolutely cannot, Pam. Have we not learned anything in the last decade of trying to unpack whether police-involved shootings or even individual ones between people? There are a host of complicated questions over the reasonableness of the fear of the person shooting in an action that certainly can't be unpacked from looking at a video. I will say, setting aside sort of the nonsense that came from the Secretary of Homeland Security today, or yesterday, the smartest comments, I think, came from Tom Homan, the border czar for the White House, who is known as somewhat of a hardliner on immigration, and somebody I worked with for years at ICE. Tom was clear that we can't rush to judgment when looking at a video. Why? Because he's actually a law enforcement officer and did this for decades and years and knows that it is incredibly risky on either side to look at a video and try to unpack it as if we really know what's going on.
Let me just follow up on that and get your thoughts, because that the Secretary of Homeland Security immediately described this woman, Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3 who was driving along, as a domestic terrorist. That this was a domestic terrorist operation against ICE. What was your reaction to that?
That's very strong language, for lack of a better way to put it, Wolf. In order to refer to someone as a domestic terrorist, she's necessarily saying that the actions were taken deliberately to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, or to make a statement, to use a violent act as a means of making a political statement. That's
just fucking disgusting to use that kind of language. It's so fucking disgusting. Like, her body was literally not even cold yet.
A pretty broad claim about an individual that you really don't know what statement she's made, what writings she has made. Has she attempted other acts before? It's a sweeping claim, and it's entirely plausible. I'm not saying it's true, but entirely plausible based on the video that this individual may not have had a political motive in driving the vehicle. And so, yes, even if the facts might say that she acted with some violent intent, there's no way you can look at this individual right now, based on what's publicly available, and make a claim of domestic terrorism.
I think she had just dropped off her 6-year-old kid at school and was driving back home.
Look, terrorists.
Right, her ex-husband said that.
Yeah.
And then we've also found out through our reporting that she was there 3 minutes.
Well, how do we know her kids aren't Antifa? We don't know.
Before as well. I mean, there's just a lot we don't know. But Mike,
maybe I shouldn't be joking about that stuff. But
just to follow up on what Jason said, he made
obviously mocking the administration.
the point that ICE officer came up and tried to open that door, right? And there is a scenario in which she's looking at the ICE officer, not understanding that another ICE officer stepped in front of the vehicle.
She was moving in reverse. It's also probably likely that she was looking at if the car had a reverse camera or whatever it's called, rear view camera as she was reversing, or she could have been literally physically turned to the side and fucking literally didn't even see the guy.
ICE officer puts themselves, or law enforcement agency puts himself in a position like that, staying in front of a moving vehicle, but then also has reasonable fear for their life. How do you look at that from a legal standpoint?
You, with your legal education, Pam, have touched on the very nature of a factual dispute, and there is an open factual question as to all of these matters. Yes, an individual, a law enforcement officer, or any one of us might have put themselves in harm's way, but also been the recipient of a violent act. And I think it's for ultimately judges and juries to conclude at some point, did this person invite this trouble, or was the aggressor, or pardon me, who was the aggressor or perpetrator here? And I just think, from looking at a video as we sit here, we are not equipped to really make definitive conclusions about any of those things.
Yeah.
Now again, this all comes in the backdrop of tempers flaring in Minneapolis. It comes in the backdrop of a political.
Reportedly, there were 10,000 demonstrators in the streets of Minneapolis last night, and I did not read any accounts of things devolving into widespread rioting or looting. So that's good. That's good. We ended the stream yesterday with a bit of concern that the situation could spiral pretty quickly. 10,000 people and it didn't get violent. That seems like a pretty good situation there. Makes me breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Tyler with $5. Do you think the next Dem in office should try to push to abolish ICE? Only cool people hate ICE. I mean, I'm definitely more on board with that now. Like, you would have to clearly articulate that you're not getting rid of like immigration enforcement. You would have to clearly articulate, you know, get just folded back into CBP. Like, I think that's what used to be the case, right? Or just fold it into DHS, just have it just be DHS agents. We still have a couple years. Well, technically probably less than 2 years before we start having conversations about these kinds of positions, but I'm certainly more sympathetic to those kinds of calls now.
Climate around immigration that is very fraught, both for law enforcement officers and the public in Minneapolis. But the idea of simply looking at the video and making definitive conclusions.
You just don't want to confuse the public, right? Like you don't want to have another defund the police situation where the public interprets abolish ICE to mean, you know, abolish our capability to enforce immigration law. That would probably not be politically advantageous, but if you could find a way to clearly articulate a policy of, you know, going back to how we used to do these kinds of enforcement agencies, then sure. The Minneapolis police chief had some angry words.
Several weeks, and regardless of their viewpoint, can acknowledge that the loss of a woman's life is tragic. And along with that, things in this city have been very tense for several weeks, and it is a very emotional situation, and it's very divisive and politically charged. So that is why I have been asking all of our elected officials to please ask for peace and ask for calm. And as you mentioned, our police officers responded immediately. I responded immediately to this.
I'd love to see some polling on how the population feels about ICE in a week or two. Yeah, same. Very curious about that. But we have seen a number of polls recently that indicate that Trump is still slightly above water on immigration, like +2 or +3 on the last poll that I saw, which is in line with some of the other polls that I've seen. So I don't know if we have a situation right now with the electorate, if they're just like clamoring to abolish ICE. But again, yeah, we'll see what those polls look like in a couple of weeks. Maybe they don't change very much at all.
I heard there was a report of a shooting. But unfortunately, you know, as our officers were trying to leave today and trying to keep the peace, to preserve the crime scene so that there can be an investigation, so that there can be some level of, you know, a finding related to what actually happened, our men and women became the object of hate, vitriol, and just the frustration that has been building in this community for weeks.
So, I mean, obviously it's very concerning, and I know in the context of that, you know, what Whitney's talking about, how close this is to actually what happened with George Floyd, right, and what your city went through. But when you talk about politicians, there's different videos.
Preserve the crime scene the guy drove off. Now that might be part of protocol too, by the way, guys. If there's an officer involved in a shooting, it might be protocol that they have to go to a particular place like right away to I imagine, well, I would assume they would do like blood tests. I assume it's kind of like if a pilot is involved in an accident, the pilot is taken like right away to some kind of like local location. They do like blood tests, they interview them. I think that's how it works with like normal police departments. You transport the officer like pretty quickly, I think. I don't know what ICE's policy is.
Video angles out there now, and that's what we have. It did play out on video. You know, the angle that President Trump is sharing appears to show the agent bumped by the vehicle, and he, of course, is characterizing it as he wrote that the woman driving the car was disorderly, obstructing and resisting, and then violently, willfully.
Hutch, you are wrong. You're wrong. Hang on. I said I don't know what kind of policy they have. Are you saying I do know? Was I lying about that? So I do know. Okay, I guess I know. Yes, they have a policy. I don't know. This is not an easy thing to do a Google search for. I could do the thing. My phone's just sitting right there. I could do the thing. The ICE agent went to the hospital right after. Okay. Alex with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. Thanks to Noam Vance. ICE agent ID'd as Jonathan Ross. Well, I think they have to release the name to the public, by the way. I don't know if the implication is that she slipped up. I'm pretty sure they have to release the name. That's why he drove away so fast, was to get himself to the hospital, obviously. I like when I know things, and yet, okay, wait, what do you know? What do you do for a living? What do you know? I'm telling you, you are wrong about needing to leave the scene. I could replay the clip. I could go back and play the clip, but I said, I don't know if they have a policy. He fled the scene like a little bitch. I don't know what the implication is there. I don't know what the implication is there. If he gets away from the scene, no one will find him? Like, what are you... Are you being serious? He fled the scene. Like, where's he gonna go? Fled the scene. Oh, if I just leave, no one will ask me any questions. That makes a lot of sense.
Viciously ran over the ICE officer. Is that what happened here? Is that the version you see, or is it different?
I would tell you this much. We owe it to this woman, to her family, and to...
Cops are supposed to wait for additional officers at the scene. Even when there were already like 24 officers at the scene?
To the American public to ensure that an investigation does occur, and that investigation occurs and it follows all of the available evidence to its logical conclusion. That being said, I can also tell you law enforcement in the United States has been training for many years to try and avoid incidents like this whenever possible, to try and avoid having law enforcement officers placed into a situation with an unarmed motorist where they may have to use force. That's why there is an emphasis on proportionality, an emphasis on if you are able to identify a license plate, identify who the person is, follow up afterwards if there is some independent crime that did occur prior to the incident.
Right, and of course, in this case, all that was readily available. We can all see the license plate information. That would have been very easy to do, and that I'm just stating the facts. Now, President Trump said it's hard to believe he's alive, but he's now recovering in the hospital, referring to the ICE agent. We understand he's been discharged. I'm curious, Chief, though, how you see this, because we're looking at him now as after the incident, walking away, he was adjusting his face mask after he was bumped. Obviously, he appears fine there.
I am reading, as a part of protocol for federal officers, that in the time after they discharge their weapon and kill someone in the course of their duty, there is a point in that process where the officer is separated from the scene, from the other witnesses, and they are supervised. This, I think, is pretty standard protocol. And it kind of makes sense. Just thinking about it. Chat GPT affirming. Okay. I don't know. I feel like this is pretty common knowledge, guys. Separated means at the scene with another officer, not leave it entirely. Transport away from the scene. Where the officer goes. The officer is usually transported to a federal office, a secure law enforcement facility, occasionally a local police facility under agreement. They are not taken to jail unless there is immediate probable cause of a crime. What are we arguing about?
Do you know anything about him, who he is, whatever happened to him? Obviously, he looks fine there. He was bumped. He's out of whatever checkup he had.
There were, at a minimum, dozens and dozens, if maybe not a few hundred, federal law enforcement officers on the scene. I did not speak to anyone. At least none of them told me that they were there when the shooting actually occurred. But I was very specific about asking if anyone else was injured. And at the time, I was told that it was.
Did Tim Walz do another press conference? Whoops. Two hours ago, holds press conference. Okay. We'll finish up this clip and then watch that.
It was only the woman. So I don't know anything further.
Right. Well, it's important what you say. Again, all we have is the video, and he's fine. And we know he's out of the hospital. So it would seem that he's lucky to come out with his life would be unfair. So the Homeland Security Kristi Noem was speaking just a few moments ago, Chief, and she said today was preventable, which actually is interesting because you're saying it was as well, in part.
And leave the state too with the express purpose of avoiding jurisdiction. Guys, I think we're getting a little. Sometimes it gets to be a bit much. Some of these theories.
Because of what officers are trained to avoid these sorts of situations. Yes. But that's a different approach to the word preventable than she is using. Here's what she said.
It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
From what you said before, it sounds like you see it a bit differently.
Well, I cannot speak to the training of federal law enforcement officers. I have never been a federal law enforcement officer, but what their policies or trainings are. What I can speak to is my familiarity with what city police officers are trained in the majority of cities around the country, and the way that training has been going for many, many years. And certainly in the last 5 years, especially in this city, which did burn 5 years ago, police officers have been trained with a very, very strong emphasis on de-escalation, on using time and distance and cover to try and prevent police officers from getting injured and civilians from getting injured whenever possible.
Chief O'Hara, a moment ago we heard your mayor, Jacob Fry, telling ICE to get the F out of Minneapolis, and he obviously used the word. When they said, though, this is going to be the largest enforcement ever, that came from ICE, and then they put...
That was pretty crazy. The fucking mayor gets up there, get the fuck out of our city. Alex with the Tier 1 membership. Thanks to Noam, Vance, ICE agent ID. Oh, I think I already got you for that. Tyler, did I get your super chat? Thank you, buddy.
2,000 officers. They said that was the number, that were going to be on your streets. Leading up to that and where we are at this moment right now, this incredibly fraught, tense moment, is ICE coordinating with you?
I think it is like a cultural thing, you guys. I think it is like a... what do you call it? Like generational differences in culture. Because when I was growing up, and this is just purely anecdotal, like I was raised in a religious upbringing, not like intensely religious, but there was like, I was raised Catholic, and like cursing. You didn't really see cursing on TV. It wasn't until, are you guys aware of a show called NYPD Blue? It was kind of a groundbreaking show in the 90s. And it aired at like 10 p.m. Sipowicz, is that the guy's name? Yeah. And I remember, I think they said the word shit. And it might have been the first time that the networks or the censors allowed shit to be said. They even showed somebody's butt. I think like the top of their butt crack. And so that was in like the 90s, and that was considered like, whoa. There was also a big push in the 90s to put parental advisory stickers on CDs and tape cassettes to warn parents that there was like cursing in music. And so cursing, there was still like, the culture back then was still like very, very conservative, especially like relative to today's standards. And then starting with my generation, because Gen X had already like aged out, I think, by the time the internet, like how old was Gen X when the internet became pretty prolific? They would have been in like, I think their late 20s or maybe even their early 30s. Whereas I was like graduating high school right around the time that the internet started to become like really prolific. But basically ever since then, like cursing is just more and more common now. Like people don't bristle as much. Like the older generation, I still think they're very, very kind of cagey about cursing, but now we have this, like, I don't know how old Frey is, but he's a little bit younger than some of the old heads in government. And I think that's just going to be how we work moving forward. You know, I think Trump probably accelerated that a little bit. But it's just not going to, it would have been unthinkable for a politician at a press conference to use fuck on live television. 44, so he's pretty young. Yeah. I welcome it, you know. This is how we talk in private. No need to pretend like we don't speak this way, or we don't need to treat these words like Voldemort in the Harry Potter books, you know. Just sometimes strong situations or extreme situations call for strong language. So
you as the chief of Minneapolis police at all? Are they telling you what they're doing in any way, shape, or form, or are you two ships in the night on the same streets?
So there is no coordination regarding immigration enforcement, and I do believe our federal law enforcement partners in general respect the fact that there is a separation between what we are lawfully able to do and what they do, and that
it's not even like it was a random fuck, it was an indignant fuck. Yeah. I just thought that was such a remarkable moment. Like the mayor of a major city, get the fuck out of our city, to the federal government. That's like pretty strong indication of where things are at the moment in terms of the tensions that exist between state level governments and the federal government.
That being said, they're just.
And it's like, when you think about it, it's fucking ridiculous for anybody to clutch their pearls at a mayor using that kind of language in the context of Donald Trump sending in his fucking Gestapo to harass blue cities. Like, that is so clearly the larger threat here, the bigger deal than his strong language. To be fair, I haven't seen anybody upset about that language, but I'm sure in conservative channels, I'm sure some people were like, that was so inappropriate and unprofessional.
Just to be clear, there are many, many professional federal law enforcement officials that live in Minnesota that perform their job very, very well, that do work with us to do things other than immigration enforcement. They help us to go after people who are actually out on the street committing violent crimes, to go after shooters and murderers, people who are smuggling illegal drugs into the.
Strong language is unprofessional, Hutch. It can be. It can be. It can be, but to the previous chatter's point, that was an indignant fuck. So like, I felt like it was appropriate. It was really appropriate for the time. And you know, his job is to represent his constituents. And one of his constituents was shot in the head, perhaps multiple times, over a situation that pretty clearly didn't call for that. So
country.
That's an appropriate level of anger, I think.
And we are very grateful for those parts.
Is this one of her neighbors? This is a quick little clip here.
You know,
joining us
not a
now,
terrorist,
retired chief
not an
of the U.S.
extremist.
Capitol
That was
Police,
just a
Tom
mom
Manger,
who loved
and
her
former
kids,
Commissioner of Public Safety for Minneapolis.
Sorry.
who, you know, is not a terrorist, not an extremist. That was just a mom who loved her kids, loved her spouse, who...
Tim Walz did a press conference today. You can tell, bro, this guy is... He, you know, I hope he gets a nice long vacation after this, because you can tell this bro is so tired. Like, seeing the footage from yesterday's press conference, 2 days after the news that he dropped out, when I saw him in yesterday's press conference, I'm not impugning him as a leader or anything like that, but you can just tell he is tired. Like, you can tell this guy just needs a fucking break.
Good morning. I'd like to start again this morning extending sympathies to Renee Good's wife and child, to the rest of the family. Deepest sympathies on an unimaginable tragedy and the horror of the last 24 hours. Also a deep thank you to Minnesotans and those across the country. I understand a fund has been set up to support Renee's 6-year-old child and wife. Other things being done. I would encourage Minnesotans and folks across the country in
and again, we learned in the reporting yesterday that her so her son, I think, is 6 years old, and her son's father died in 2023. So that kid is an orphan who I think is staying with his grandparents now. But to lose both of your parents by the time you're 6 years old is an unimaginable burden. That kid's going to have a tough time. If you want to see how some in the media in the UK are reacting.
Lost her life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado with pronouns in her bio.
Oh man, that is infuriating. Like, how fucked are things generally where you're taking these kinds of digs, talking about a mother who just lost, I mean, this is just like infuriating, you know? What a disgusting human being. It's so disgusting.
The woman who lost her life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado with pronouns in her bio. A 37-year-old white woman named Renee Good. The Daily Mail says she leaves behind a lesbian partner and a child.
Why would you throw the word lesbian in there? What is the point of that? Besides, he's very obviously like mocking her for having a same-sex relationship. I don't know what other way to interpret that. So fucking disgusting. We were on a better path. We really were. We were on a way better path in terms of not treating queer people like the butt of a joke. It got to a point where even a majority of Republicans in this country believe that gay marriage should be legal. That's no longer the case. That number is down to like 40% now. It's only like 40% of Republicans think that gay marriage should be legal. Now it's like majority opinion for Republican voters that these people should not have the right to enter into a marriage with a consensual adult.
From a previous marriage.
The offense is that.
And then he said something about her having a child with a previous marriage. This motherfucker has a child from a previous marriage. This motherfucker slashed the tires of his production assistant at Fox News so that she would ask him to help change the tire. Like he said that. That was his way of courting a mistress whom he eventually married after cheating on his wife with said mistress. He has a child from a previous marriage. Has he no decency? Like, how do you read that sentence out loud and not feel kind of like a burning on the back of your neck? It's pretty remarkable. Like, you have to be entirely unscrupulous. Zero standards for yourself, like no dignity whatsoever.
Says she leaves behind a lesbian partner and a child from a previous marriage.
Ooh, that shit is radicalizing. I start turning into Twitch chat in my mind a little bit when I hear shit like that. What a disgusting, putrid human being.
The offense is there. The implication is so grotesque. She was a poet from Colorado. She had pronouns, God help her, in her biography. She was also a lesbian. I mean, for goodness sake.
She had it coming.
She had it coming.
This is how radicalised American media and politics is becoming on the right of American politics. I mean, in every direction, but we see it absolutely crystallised there for all to see, how dark it is. There was often a lot of talk about...
I mean, you guys know my view of things. I have certainly had my issues with what I would call the excesses of the online left. But there is no comparison in terms of scale, in terms of the impact on society. They are not nearly as numerous as the radicalized right-wingers in this country. When I talk about like the fringe online left, what am I talking about in sheer numbers? Less than 1%? Maybe even less than 0.1%? I don't know what the numbers are, but when we talk about people that are so radicalized and so entrenched in their hyper-partisan lens of the world, so immersed in the cult of Donald Trump, that they would impugn someone's character in that particularly grotesque way. A lesbian, a poet, child with other, like that's like 20 to 25% of the country. Not everybody who voted for Donald Trump is like deep in the tank in that kind of way. The hardcore Trump people, that I would guess is probably like 20 to 25%. And I would guess it's probably closer to 20% versus like 0.1% of the insane lefties.
Fascism.
Grassroots with $5. Have you ever considered that he isn't bald? I mean, he has a hair system, but he isn't bald. Jesse Waters? I'm aware that he's not bald. Danny with 71 months. Thank you.
In the United States and far right in the United States. And, I try very hard to be, and sometimes we get criticized for it, reasonably deliberate about the use of those terms and try and be as measured as possible because they can be overused. That sort of thing is pure far right. It is basically identifying
PFRI. What is that?
The enemy within certain characteristics that people have and basically intimating that they have it coming and is part of an ongoing campaign to suggest they have it coming.
It is just textbook dehumanization. They're just dehumanizing this shooting victim. He is just very explicitly dehumanizing her. Pure far right. Oh.
In Washington, the president believes that might makes right, that the courts are simply speed bumps, not stop signs, that democracy is a nuisance to be circumvented, secret police, businesses being raided, windows smashed, citizens detained, citizens shot, masked men snatching people in broad daylight, people disappearing, using American cities as training grounds for the United States military. Purposeful chaos.
Are we going to nominate this guy? Is it happening? Chad, is this real? Are we going to nominate this guy? I guess I'm down. I have reservations, but you know what? I'm still down, technically.
Emanating from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Shifting the tax burden from the wealthy, from billionaires to small businesses, ranchers, farmers.
There's a lot of people in this country that are not familiar with Gavin Newsom's game. A lot of people. A lot of people have impressions of Gavin Newsom. They probably have not watched him at length. They probably have not even seen a single like sit-down interview that he's ever done with Hannity or any other right-wing commentator when he walks into the lion's den. And people are going to find out. I'll tell you what. In the next 2 to 3 in the next 3 years. Justice somewhere. Thank you. That was nice. I need her to do that like every 15 minutes to keep my blood pressure lower. In the next 3 years, like, there's a lot of people that are gonna find out, you know, about that. They're like, I think a lot of people have like a caricature of him in their minds, but he is a fucking surgeon. Whatever your opinion of him is, I mean, he is a rhetorical fucking surgeon. He's just and you can tell he like likes the fight, you know. He really likes the fight, which is what you want. You definitely in your candidates, you want somebody who is like comfortable in that kind of setting. You want someone who likes the fight. That's why I'm okay with Wall stepping aside, because I don't think he likes the fight right now. I think he's tired. And so, you know what, boss? You go ahead and kick your feet up. Take that break. Come back if you feel up to it again. If not, I'm not going to judge. That shit would be exhausting. To be a governor of a state, that shit would be exhausting, okay? I would never, ever, ever want that job. Dazvidani with $5. Trump is kneecapping Susan Collins, saying she shouldn't be reelected because of her vote. He said, what? Is there a Truth Social post or something? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. He's probably said stuff like that before, guys. I don't know how much sway he has in Maine with Maine voters. If I had to guess, I would say he's probably said something similar about Susan Collins about 6 times. Trump, Susan Collins, there's a lot of articles. I mean, maybe it matters, but I don't know. I mean, she's like she is fucking royalty in Maine. Trump blasts GOP war powers defectors. President Trump unleashed his fury on a handful of Senate Republicans who rebelled against him on Thursday, demanding that they never be re-elected. 5 Senate Republicans broke ranks to support a bipartisan war powers resolution from Senator Tim Kaine, geared toward reining in Trump's ability to pursue yada, yada, yada. It was Susan Collins, Todd Young, Lisa Murkowski, Josh Hawley. Interesting. And Rand Paul. Trump was not happy about it. Republicans should be ashamed of the senators that just voted with Democrats in attempting to take our powers to fight and defend the United States of America. to fight and defend. I don't know if I said that right. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Rand Paul, Josh Hawley. Todd Young should never be elected to office again. This vote greatly hampers America's self-defense and national security, impeding the president's authority as commander-in-chief. Okay. Yeah, again, I just assume that he has said that about her like five dozen times. How do they not hold her accountable for her comments about him learning his lesson when she voted not to impeach? I don't know.
Farmers and the middle class lining the pockets of the rich, crony capitalism at
So it's a Dem win in Maine. Again, I don't know how much sway Trump has with like Maine voters specifically, and I'm sure he's already said this before, and she survived re-election in 2020. So, I mean, maybe it matters. My understanding is that both candidates, potential candidates, Mills and Plattner, have a decent edge on Collins in the polls right now. And my understanding from Laksha, who's like a big polling data guy, he seems to think that this moment represents a distinct kind of vulnerability for Susan Collins. So I feel reasonably good about Maine. I would feel a lot better if it was Mills, but I feel reasonably good about Maine going into 2026. Really important state that we win in this cycle. It's actually, I mean, crucial. I'm feeling better about Peltola in Alaska. I feel good about the North Carolina race. I feel like, you know, I'm skeptical but somewhat hopeful in Ohio. And boy, do I hope the Texas primary voters make good decisions in that race, but we'll see. Grassroots with $10. You've won me over. Gavin Newsom's hot wife for president. I'll take anybody at this point, to be honest.
Imaginable scale, state capitalism, self-dealing, profit-making, not policy-making. Rolling back rights of marginalized communities, rewriting history, censoring historical facts. Their politics, some politics of some twisted nostalgia about restoring the dynamics of a bygone era. None of this is normal. And it's important to remember at moments like this, the greatest tragedy is not, as King said, the clamor of bad people, but it's the appalling silence of so many good people. Not normal.
You know, to Newsom's credit, I think he was a little bit ahead of the curve, you know? We got to give him credit for that. Because he hit the ground running. Like, he was all in on confrontation with Trump. Direct confrontation with Trump. Strong language. He was all in, and a lot of people were a bit gun shy at the beginning of Trump's second term, but he was all in like pretty much right away. And, you know, I don't know if that was just really strong political instincts, or I don't know if that was him making a calculation that that's where the wind would eventually blow, but he ended up striking basically the exact right chord for the Democratic voter base, who are not in a state of revolt, but certainly demanding of the Democratic Party that they be extremely confrontational with Trump. I have to use the restroom real quick, guys. I'm going to give you guys a sneak peek on a video that's going to go up either after the stream today or tomorrow morning. We had Stacey K on Live and Learn on Monday. She was perhaps my favorite guest we've ever had on Live and Learn, just unbelievably based. But this was a particularly interesting moment from that podcast, so I'm going to let this play. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay.
Before we do mention, what are your thoughts on Hassan Piker? Go.
Hassan Piker?
Yeah.
I think he would never have me on his show.
Why not?
That's a good sign. Keep going.
I just don't think he would. I think that he doesn't like trans people.
Oh, shit. Oh my God.
Oh,
I wasn't impressed with his coverage.
Oh shit! And what brings you to believe that?
Well, I think that a lot of the, I mean, I wouldn't say he's necessarily, is he a tanky? Does that count? Count as a tanky?
Well, he is self-identified as a Marxist-Leninist.
Okay, well, here's the thing about the Marxist-Leninists. I was in the Missouri Capitol against all of these anti-trans bills while they were there testifying against all of this stuff. You know who wasn't there? Marxist-Leninists. They never showed up. It was we had the Jewish community in St. Louis. We had some Episcopalians, some United Methodist people. We had, half of them was Jewish, honestly. And we were there against it. And it was just like the lib wine moms were there, and the people with trans kids. And then all of the Democratic people there were giving us like the best defense we could. But I don't think that a lot of the way people talk about geopolitics, the way Hassan talks about China or stuff like that, you can't have those opinions if you care about trans people at all. Like, we're an afterthought.
Interesting.
You talk about a revolution or any of that kind of stuff. You talk about single payer health care. You're not really thinking about trans people because, like, you sit that in a federalized thing. Look at what Republicans are doing to us already. They're struggling because we've got legal stuff to fight against it. And like, look what the UK is doing to trans. But we're completely cut off from health insurance in the UK, like, permanently. And
you mean that treatments to help with gender dysphoria and related treatments, they're not covered
no
by
trans
single
health
payer?
in the NHS in Britain now. And I think a lot of the far leftist position just forgets, and they want us to be little foot soldiers for their revolution or whatever, when we just want to have healthcare over the next few years, you know? And I think that in order to have these positions, you have to just not care about us. You may not be blatantly transphobic, but like low key, we don't matter to you.
Wait a second. I believe in single payer healthcare, or at least some form of universal healthcare. Does that make me transphobic? I mean, obviously, I would want to cover some amount of then what's the difference there? Why is Hassan?
Well, I mean, it's like a sign. It's not necessarily a total thing. It's just like, what you got to think about. We live in a country where Republicans win half the time. What happens when Republicans win? They cut government funding, right? And they cut government funding on a politicized basis on who they don't like. And the more power you give to the federal government until you solve the problem of Republicans winning elections half the time, what are you going to do? And I'm not saying single payer can't work, Medicare for all can't work. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we have to have a solution for what happens when Republicans do win and are in charge of it.
It's also
that's an interesting critique that I find. Can I just say this real quick? Because I've said things like this before, that part of the structure of the government that has, I think, muted some of the horrible shit that Trump is doing is this kind of this federalization, that is the disbursement of different authorities, and putting more in centralized hands in federal control can, to the extent that there's like a unitary executive theory that's now being ensconced by the Supreme Court, give a lot of power to the executive, and oftentimes it's conservatives, to wield that authority to fuck with people. And so that's an interesting thing that I've never actually heard before in the context of trans healthcare.
It's also there's a lot of chat on screen. A lot of chat on screen here. We got Live and Learn chat, my chat from that day, and then chat from today. Anyways, what a fucking great guest. He asked her like 3 or 4 questions and she fucking gave perfect answers. I think we might have literally the identical politics. Okay, what did Tim Walz have to say today?
This moment, you're seeing neighborliness and kindness rise to the occasion. Is go and find out what they're doing there and give some help if you can. I'd also say last night we saw Minnesotans meet the moment once again. Thousands of Minnesotans demonstrated last night peacefully. They shared a message about the reckless ICE mobilization is not keeping us safe and led to the tragedy that the world witnessed once again. To Minnesota, I say thank you. There's strength in numbers, there's power in peace, and what we saw was a beautiful vigil to a life that we're starting to learn more about. And I will let those that want to push out false narratives,
Also, guys, you know, the fact that now I don't know if these numbers have been verified, but I saw an estimate of 10,000 people that were demonstrating last night in the streets. We did not see mass rioting. We did not see fires. We did not see intense physical altercations with law enforcement. As far as I'm aware, it's possible that I missed some kerfuffles, but that directly cuts against the administration's narrative, by the way. Because if this is really, if her actions were really the actions of a terrorist cell, this radicalized left-wing population that are looking to engage in acts of violence against the state, then why didn't that happen last night? How's that possible? Why was it overwhelmingly peaceful? Exclusively peaceful? Almost? Quantiverb with $2. Hutch, Stacey K, presidential ticket when? Don't, listen, I will never, ever run for office. I do not want that job. Grassroots Hegemon with $10. Did you ever cover Newsom with Ezra Klein? Or Atrioc and Doug on Lemonade Stand? Not yet, but I did want to watch that Ezra conversation with Newsom. I wanted to watch that this week. Obviously, other stuff came up. Danny, I don't know if I got you for 71 months in Twitch, but thank you, buddy.
To slander or defame Renee Good, Minnesotans will tell her life story. Minnesotans will be there to defend her honor and see this as a human being, not a moment in time or the callous casualness that I've watched some people on TV gloss over what they saw. We've also spent a lot of time talking last 24 hours about accountability. That means no function of government operates with impunity. It means when someone's in a position of authority and they commit any act that impacts our people, there has to be another place to turn to get justice. Checks and balances. Basic idea, the center of the formation of our country. It's the only measure.
Did you see the one guy burning an American flag get pelted with snowballs? I did not, but I heard that it was literally just a random post, but there was some post on Twitter claiming that that guy got definitively ID'd as like a provocateur. Did you guys see the same thing? I might have got Facebooked.
That protects us from the abuse.
I'm usually not that guy that's like, you know, oh yeah, there's obviously like a Fed or obviously, you know, like, but I saw some people, there was earlier footage of him, I think, that people found.
Of government or federal overreach or tyrannical government. Yesterday, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, spent the day yesterday attempting to get that accountability. We have learned that the Trump administration has now denied the state that ability to participate in the investigation. And I just want to make this as clear as possible to everyone. Minnesota must be part of this investigation. These are nonpartisan.
There are reports that the FBI is icing out Minnesota authorities from any investigation, which that seems pretty bad.
Career professionals that have spent years building the trust of the community. There's a BCA Force Investigations Unit that was created by the legislature, by the people of Minnesota, to provide an independent, consistent, and trusted mechanism for investigating the use of force incidents involving law enforcement officers. Minnesota has seen our share of these. And what you've seen is, and I have witnessed it during my time, that these professionals have risen to the moment. They are trusted by people. People who are not by inclination trusting of law enforcement or government have come to see the professionals at the BCA as true arbitrators that can get them justice. The unit is the result of years of scrutiny, public engagement, and bipartisan legislative action. Minnesotans have made it clear time and again they expect transparency. Through this process,
Minnesota will be blocked out from investigating this event. Now, again, the reporting suggests that they are currently being iced out of this investigation.
Where a police officer uses deadly force. The BCA Superintendent Evans have earned that trust by delivering on that expectation. I think it's clear to everyone as they saw this that it feels now that Minnesota has been taken out of the investigation. It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome.
This needs to translate to pressure on the Democratic Party, on our candidates going into the midterms. One of the things that we should ask for or demand is that they use the power of congressional authority to conduct their own independent investigations. Doesn't matter if that's going to yield criminal prosecutions. People should be hauled up in front of live cameras and be forced to answer questions about this. And I would go so far as I mean, depending how the rest of this plays out, but like the next administration, like I would definitely want to see some accountability if there's an opportunity to do that.
And I say that only because people in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false.
Actual Facts Racing. Holy shit. Thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate it. They won't have the time for all the different investigations in 3 years. This is one that I think should take priority. You know, there's first of all, there's a lot of congressional subcommittees. They can conduct a lot of investigations. But this is, I think, important enough and salient enough to warrant pressure on our elected officials to actually use their power to investigate this. And they will. They will. They will respond to that pressure. We saw what they did when we gave them the majority in 2018. The House did their job. The Senate Democrats, we did not have the majority in that Congress starting in 2019, but the House Democrats did their job. When we gave them the majority, they used their authority to grill the administration week after week after week after week. They impeached him, you know.
False, verifiably inaccurate. They have determined the character. Noem.
This part's really important. I shouldn't talk over this part because it's so fucking disgusting what she did.
People in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false, verifiably inaccurate. They have determined the character of a 37-year-old mom that they didn't even don't know. They've determined that the actions are done. I don't know. I've not used inflammatory terms of what happened. I've asked us to find the answers. The only way we find the answers is a thorough investigation by nonpartisan professionals. We've delivered that. We've been able to do it. We've earned the trust. And when I say that, the trust of BCA, and I tell Minnesotans,
can governors' administrations do like a state level equivalent of a special counsel? Can the governor call for a special investigation? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. Obviously, at the federal level, there's supposed to be that separation between DOJ and president. Live protest at some Fed building. Oh boy, it's getting a little... Dobbin, thanks for linking that. This is live. It looks like they're at the Metro. Are they at a federal building? They're at the Metro, guys. somebody's gonna get shot with a paintball right here. He's getting ready to. This is very strong, about to pop off energy right now. That's a solid sign. Cowardice. That's a solid sign, guys. Christmas colors, too. Get so activated internally whenever I see these kind of protest movements pop up. There's something about it that is so, I don't know what the word is, like it commands all of my attention. I remember when the Occupy protests were going on, and I remember watching live streams where it was like 10 different cities, like 10 different protests at like 10 different cities. The 2020 protests, I remember kind of being glued to the screen and just watching live footage of these kinds of things. But I just get so engrossed whenever this kind of thing happens. That crowd does look pretty normie. Like, I'm not seeing the Antifa super soldiers. I'm seeing these people look pretty normie. So I don't think it's like that kind of protest. I think this is like this is like strong resist lib vibes here. We'll keep an eye on that.
The trust of law enforcement here. Everyone.
What do Antifa super soldiers look like? You should watch the movie Eddington. It'll answer your question. It's not being online thinking about 2020. There was a raid on the Capitol and the most powerful entity ever. I just love that plot device, dude. I love that plot. I love that movie. I fucking love that movie. It's such a funny... Like, Ari Aster is so fucking funny. Like, there were moments in Midsommar, which is like it's like basically a horror film, but there were just some genuinely hilarious moments in that movie. And then with Beau is Afraid and Eddington, he kind of leaned more into comedy. Like, I feel like Eddington is basically like a dark comedy. But, it's just such a funny plot device, man. Like the idea that like our boomer parents are in real life, right? Like are sitting around watching Fox News, and if all of your sort of like if your idea of what the country is like stems from Fox News, like propaganda, you legitimately believe that there are like Soros funded Antifa super soldiers. Like that is a reality in your mind. And so Ari Aster comes along and he treats that as a plot device. And so in Eddington, there are like literal Antifa super soldiers in that film. And they just introduce them into the movie without even explaining it. Just to get into spoilers, just a little bit. Okay, it's just a tiny little spoiler. The way they introduce the Antifa super soldiers is, you know, the film does a sharp cut, and you're looking at a horizon, and the sun is kind of either setting or rising on the horizon, so the light gets distorted because of the heat, and so you're seeing something shimmering in coming into the foreground, and then as it gets closer, it's a plane, you know, and then the plane comes forward, and now the camera's inside the plane, and it's like Antifa super soldiers. One of them's doing like push-ups. And the movie's kind of ambiguous. Like you could interpret them to be Antifa super soldiers, but you could also interpret them to be what's the term? There's like a data center in the movie, and anyways, bro, if you haven't watched that movie yet, I'm telling you guys, it is so good. That movie is so fucking funny. Eddington, yeah, it's on HBO Max. I will say it's probably the most normal Ari Aster film. Like he did Hereditary, which is mind-blowing. He did Midsommar, which is mind-blowing. He did Beau is Afraid, which is just... I fucking love that movie, but Beau is Afraid is like a fucking LSD fever dream. It's really intense and just way out there. And then Eddington feels like his most grounded film. But then, of course, like, I feel like Ari Aster is known for his endings. Like, the endings of all of his movies are so fucking over the top. And so the movie starts out quite grounded, but then the movie gets like really over the top by the end. And I think Ari Aster went to a private screening of Beau is Afraid, and they did like a surprise like panel for the theater goers, and then Joaquin Phoenix told the crowd that Ari Aster had taken mushrooms right before. Like, I'm pretty sure there's video of Ari Aster on mushrooms taking questions from like moviegoers before they watched or after they watched Beau is Afraid. I'm appreciating all these movie recs. LOL, I needed some. If I had to pick one Ari Aster movie, I would pick Midsommar. I don't think there's any wrong answer, but like I would pick Midsommar because I think Midsommar is probably his best movie, and it's one of my favorite movies. It's like probably on my top 10. It's unbelievably good movie. And also, incidentally, I think the best on-screen depiction of a hallucinogenic experience that I've ever seen. You take hallucinogens and it's like, how do you describe that experience? But it's like, it's almost like those of you who know, if you know, you know, things get kind of like wavy. Almost as if, the fabric of like space-time itself breathes. I don't know how to describe it besides saying, and in that movie, it's like the reason why that movie does the hallucinogenic experience so well, I think, is because it's kind of subtle, like you're watching the movie on a screen and you're like, is that tree moving? Is it like, it's like that, and it's super accurate too, because that's the moment where she starts to hallucinate. Because like when you take hallucinogens, it's like, there's like a 30 to 45 minute kind of anticipation, and you're like, is it happening yet? Is it happening yet? And it starts pretty subtle, and then you realize you're like, oh God, I'm riding the dragon now, but yeah, anyways. And also the soundtrack is haunting and unnerving and beautiful. The soundtrack to Midsommar There's one track in particular. It is haunting and beautiful. Producer with 28 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Good afternoon, chat and dad. I hope everyone had a good holiday season. Much love, everyone. Same to you. Thank you so much. Grassroots with 10 gifted memberships. Grassroots. I love you, buddy. Thank you. I don't deserve you.
Everyone knows globally, certainly here, that George Floyd, who was murdered a few blocks from this site, tore at the soul of who we were. But we healed. We built back trust. Chief Brian O'Hara came in and took one of the most difficult jobs in America of building back trust in the police force in Minneapolis after Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd. And he's earned that. And he's level. And he's fair. And he's asking for that. And so, Minnesotans, I will continue to press that we be part of the investigation, that we do the investigation, so that Minnesotans...
He sounds a little bit better today. He does. Sounds a little bit better today.
...can trust what the outcome is. I don't have a predetermined notion. Yes, I saw the video. Yes, I saw that. But a thorough investigation will see what happened before that. It will take all factors in, and it will come up with a fair and just conclusion. And we will accept that. Very, very difficult for Minnesotans to think in any way this is going to be fair when Kristi Noem was judge, jury, and basically...
Things are popping off a little bit, guys. Things are popping off a little bit here.
Presence right now, but remember, we've seen people come up.
Oh, wait, hang on. This is the same metro station. The same location.
Shooting some kind of pellets. The gas has come down right now. We're going to back up a little bit more. It's in the air, Casey. We're going to get to a safe location, okay?
We're sticking with you as long as you're feeling safe, and you just let us know if you need to move to a safe location right now.
Let's go.
We will absolutely roll with that. Okay.
Someone is
Keep reading us in.
She said, let's go. That's a fucking journalist, guys.
And you just let us know if you need to move to a safe location right now.
Let's go.
We will absolutely roll with that.
Like, shut up. Let me do my thing.
Okay.
Someone is
Keep reading us in.
It's hard to breathe. Something is out. Something's on the ground right now. She's taken to her knees, saying "coward ice."
I mean, just 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 sign. Great pun. Great play on words. I mean, that's just... Sign culture is a thing at protests. If you've ever gone to protests, there's like, there's like funny sign culture, You always want to have like a good pun. Some of them are pretty bad. That's a good one right there, man. I mean, it just, it's simple and it's elegant, not complicated. Like in Dune 2, be simple, be direct,
They have put something in the ground right now, some sort of a pellet of some type. They're facing the crowd. They're now in a constant line happening right now. There's a constant line going right now. About 40 or so people right now. They're also filming the crowd. They are filming the crowd. There's been a tear gas. People are coughing. Presence right now, but remember.
That is this location here. This is a live feed of that. So she's somewhere in this crowd. Can you guys see a camera crew? I think right here, actually. I can see a camera right here. I think that's her. It's a little blurry, but you can see it. There's a cameraman right there. So they are in front of a federal building here. I don't know is it Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building?
You guys give hands on the bad name.
Not a very big crowd. Maybe looks like 4 or 5 dozen people. So not a ton of people there. A bit easier to control that situation.
Executioner yesterday. That's very, very difficult to think that they were going to be fair. With that being said, Minnesotans, we've risen to the occasion so far, but it's going to get challenging. It's going to be challenging because I feel your anger. The human desire to lash out in this moment is very real. I can tell you that that is the wish of many people.
Yep.
That they fulfill the wish they want to see us turn on one another, turn towards violence rather than peaceful reconciliation, rather than peaceful civil disobedience. And we have.
The issue is that you cannot have reconciliation without accountability. That's not how it works. Reconciliation is literally impossible if there's no accountability.
To do our best to not play into that. I say this too, when I saw yesterday some of the anger, whether it's Minneapolis Police, Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota National Guard, they are there to protect and serve, as it said. They are there to protect Minnesotans. Throwing your anger at them only inflames the situation. And I know some of you were up at the Whipple building this morning, and to the press who are here, I saw some of this myself.
That is, yeah, that's where they're at here. That's what's going on right now. So I guess they've been there for a few hours.
Oh, thank you. Continue to have access to every single space. Continue to cover this story. Continue to show the world what's out there. I will say it where our president won't. The press are the defenders of our democracy. You need to be there. But I also tell folks, protect our Minnesotans who are out there and don't turn the anger to them. This is a brazen use of force. They want us to bend the knee. They want us to capitulate. The way we give them what they want is allow them to use this as an excuse to put more troops on the ground. Use them as an excuse to show that these are violent protests. And I also witnessed what I think is going to be a pattern over the next few days and the coming hours, is I saw an individual show up there with the intent to antagonize folks who were peacefully protesting, with a bullhorn to scream at them. And again, the desire to move on that individual is exactly what they want, because our respect for the First Amendment means we will expect and respect all opinions. If this individual is there expressing support for ICE, that's their constitutional right to do so, and they need to be protected. Don't allow that to be a catalyst to create violence. We believe in states' rights. We believe the federal government needs to stay out of this. We believe that the situation has gotten worse and less safe because of their presence. And I will just say there were two incidents yesterday I saw after this that just tore at my soul. I saw an individual at the scene identify themselves as medical personnel, a physician, and asked to provide aid, and an ICE agent said, "I do not care." That lack of humanity was chilling to me. And after this incident happened, and after the tensions rose, ICE agents entered a Minnesota school, causing disruptions at that school. I can't say this strongly enough as governor, as a parent, as a teacher. To our elected representatives, Democrats and Republicans, I beg you, I implore you to tell them to stay out of our schools. This
shit is pretty radicalizing, guys. Compromises you. Trump says only he can stop himself. Asked in a wide-ranging interview with the New York Times if there were any limitations on his global powers, Mr. Trump said, "Yeah, there's one thing, my own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop me." What a horrible, horrible mistake the voters made. This is the last person, literally one of the last people on the entire planet that you would want to give power to, bro. I mean, he's just like, we already knew, we already knew his psychology from the first term, but he is just straight letting it rip in this second term. Full send, all gas, no brakes, no pretense, just saying all the quiet parts out loud. That's an unbelievable thing to hear from a president. If there's any limits on his global powers, My own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop me. What a tragic, tragic, entirely consequential decision the voters made last November, or the previous November. A horrible mistake. Like chilling, you know, this fucking guy.
This tragedy will be magnified 100-fold if this fight moves into the hallways of our public schools amongst our youth. And they're watching us. They're watching us now, how we respond. So I've got a few simple asks. Let us, the professionals, handle this on Minnesota soil, this investigation. De-escalate this situation by removing yourselves from this situation with these 2,000 agents that were put here. And above all else, stay out of our schools. I'd like to ask you to care, but that might be a step too far for some people. But I know Minnesotans care.
Definitely striking the right tone. Definitely striking the right tone. He does sound a bit better today, huh? He does sound a bit better today. Something woke him up in the last like 24 hours.
So we'll protest peacefully. We will win in courts. We will certainly win in the defense of our democracy because the American people see what's happening here. But the way that we don't win and the way that we lose, if this turns towards violence and allows them to escalate, it cannot happen. So,
and it allows them to hijack the narrative, man. People had a right to be upset about George Floyd. People had a right to be furious about what happened to George Floyd. People had a right to be furious about a lack of accountability for police officers. People had a right to be furious about systemic problems. And rioters allow the right-wing media apparatus to hijack the narrative, change the discussion about something that should be irrelevant. And if they do it again this time, the same thing's going to happen.
So I asked the grass top leaders out there, the faith leaders, the folks who are on the streets. And in
yeah, I'm going to be on PKA in about 2 hours. We'll keep the stream going for another 2 hours. And then I got to go record that. And then I'll just repeat myself for the people that were not here for the front of the stream. Tomorrow is going to be a rather short stream because I got to get on the road and drive up to Nevada to go spend the weekend with my parents. I'm gonna go shoot this unwieldy hand cannon with my father, and I'll be driving all the way. I'll be driving back all day on Sunday as well. So there's not going to be a stream on Sunday, and then I'll be back at the normal routine on Monday. Keep waking up late. I don't know what's going on with my body, but I keep waking up late. Streams have been starting at like 9 this week, but hopefully we get back on the regular schedule.
Many times the true leaders are not the elected officials. They're the folks on the ground. I beg you, implore you, follow those words of the leaders we've had. I had the privilege of serving with John Lewis, and John talked about good trouble. I'm not telling you not to find good trouble, but I asked John many times, I said, John, I don't know if I'd have your self-restraint. Didn't you want to lash out? He said, yes, daily. But he said, I wanted to win this. I wanted to do what right, and I wanted justice to prevail. And to do that, I knew the only way was to not lash out, to not give in to that. So to each and every one of you, we're not going to win this through violence. We're going to win it through justice. We're going to win it.
There's a car alarm that was going off. I think it's just stopped.
Through compassion.
Oh, nope. There it is.
We're going to win it through Minnesota Nice, and we're going to win it by holding every one of these people accountable as they should for what we've seen on the streets of Minneapolis. With that, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Jacobson to give you a situation update.
Thank you, Governor. Again, I'm Bob Jacobson, and it is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of Public Safety. First of all, again, I want to express my sincere condolences to the loved ones of Renee Nicole Good. Someone has lost their life, and that is not something that anyone takes lightly. Minnesotans came out yesterday to express their grief, their frustration, and their anger at this terrible tragedy. I expect that they will continue to come out today. And I want to thank everyone who demonstrated peacefully. This helped honor Renee's memory and gave her family space to mourn. Minnesota's residents and visitors have the right to demonstrate and to exercise their First Amendment rights. I want to remind everyone that there are safe ways to do so. Our goal is to reduce tensions, to avoid conflict, and to maintain a calm environment. And as I mentioned yesterday, we recommend the following safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Please get together peacefully with others in public areas where pedestrians are allowed. March or walk together in pedestrian areas, please, not on the roadways. Make your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs. And there are a few things that...
Is that a... What flag is that, you guys? Wait, no, that's not the... That's a clip from Sopranos. What flag is that? Is that the Minnesota flag? Is it a Mexico flag?
I just want to mention very quickly that are unsafe. Because as always, our top priority is public safety, and we cannot allow behaviors that create hazards, threaten public safety, or disrupt emergency services or endanger people nearby. That would include certainly demonstrating on the freeway, walking on highways, throwing objects, setting things on fire, property damage, graffiti, fireworks, illegal weapons, reckless and dangerous driving, or assaultive or aggressive behavior. I know that we all want more definitive answers about that fatal shooting that occurred yesterday. And as we are able to get those answers and dispel rumors and false information, then we can rightfully honor Renee's memory and help her family, loved ones, and our community heal. With that, I'll turn it back to Governor Walz and maybe a few questions.
Please. Esme?
Esme?
I have not. As I said yesterday, I did speak to Secretary Noem.
Is it Esme?
And received a lot of talking points. I will note that I asked Secretary Noem how she would have felt if President Biden had sent 2,000 troops into Rapid City, South Dakota, and she said she would have welcomed them. I leave that for the folks of South Dakota to determine. I've not spoken to the president. I would ask him, first of all, the goal here is to make America safe, is what he said. There is no verifiable evidence that any of this is making America safer. I would ask him to de-escalate in the moment, to allow Minnesotans to back up and grieve, to allow this investigation to be played out by the rule of law. I said it again, I have not passed any judgment on this. And to please, whatever it is, leave Minnesota alone. Earlier this week, I don't know if it was if something he wanted or I've already made it clear. I'm exiting the stage here in a year. But I told him I have a year to continue to do what I love dearly and what I believe I've been good at, making Minnesota a better place to live. The number of calls we got today of parents asking if they should send their kids to school or not. Minneapolis had to make what I believe was the absolute correct decision to cancel school. We have students out of learning today. I would just ask him, I'm not talking anything about border security. I'm not talking anything about what he needs to do on that. None of this is accomplishing either his mission or making us any safer. So just give us a pause. Let us breathe. Look, we're exhausted. We're exhausted as Minnesotans. We're exhausted as Americans. And this relentless assault on Minnesota, for whatever reason, is just cruel now. It has reached cruelness. So please, just give us a break. And if it's me, you're already getting what you want. But leave my people alone. Leave our state alone. And look again and see what's happening. It's not me saying it. You're hearing it from many, many others. So that's what I would say.
Governor Walz and Commissioner Jacobson, is there anything stopping state and local law enforcement from conducting an independent investigation into this, even if the federal government does not want to have you have a joint?
That's what I asked. Can he appoint like a special counsel, you know, some kind of nonpartisan effort?
Investigation.
So, great question. We have asked for cooperation from the federal government. We were invited in to do a joint investigation on this initially. We continue to work with the federal government all the time on joint investigations. This is not something new, whether it be with the FBI or other federal law enforcement agencies. So we are accustomed to doing joint investigations. As the governor has mentioned, our force investigative unit.
Go to the live stream and rewind a little. Oh, they pushed up. I see what you're saying. This was just a few moments ago. I don't even know what happened. They identified somebody who did something. I don't know.
Bunch of fucking cowards. Look at all this shit. Look at all this shit.
There's something a bit silly about like watching a fully kitted man try to run on icy ground. It's a bit silly, you know.
How's the fucking rubber taste, bitch? How's the fucking rubber taste, bitch? Faces of ice, right here. Fuck you guys. Fuck all of you. You threw a water bottle, you chased them down. Bunch of fucking pussies. Bunch of fucking pussies. Fuck these fucking people. Bunch of fucking Nazis.
I mean, generally speaking, don't throw shit. They will probably chase you and tackle you to the ground.
They just chased somebody down because they threw a fucking water bottle after another asshole was trying to give them fucking Gatorade. Not to mention, when they took somebody in, an ambulance came and left. We don't know what the fuck happened to them. Let's go see what they're doing over here.
Ow.
That is mild. They are lucky to have those water bottles. You guys are lucky as water bottles. Do you understand that? You guys are lucky as water bottles.
They just created 1 million sandwich guys. This is what happened here. Sandwich guy getting acquitted is so fucking funny. Like, just dead to rights, 4K. We see that man take a step back and lob a foot long at full strength directly into the chest of an ICE officer, and he got acquitted because they used like excessive charging. I think it was like they went for some ridiculous charge and the guy got acquitted because of that, but they had him in 4 fucking K, like 17 different angles. You can get in a fucking decent amount of trouble for doing something like that. And he got acquitted.
That was bravery that she just did right there. Countless W's for her in the chat. That was immensely inspiring. Now, what inevitably happened to her thereafter were...
All right, bit orderly now.
Within the BCA, has a stellar reputation for doing quality investigations, for finding the answers to the questions that people have. There are so many questions out there that I know the public has from watching what's been shown on social media and regular media. And the goal for me would be to provide an investigation, preferably in tandem with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, because we work with them all the time, and they do have all the evidence and the original investigative notes and reports. We have none of that. They have shared none of that with us. We would welcome the opportunity to jump back in, to do that investigation, use our high quality investigators from the BCA to be able to do that with them, to find the answers that the public deserves. Without any of that information, or without any of that assistance from the FBI or the federal government, we would be at a loss to be able to initiate and conduct a thorough investigation. For us to be able to do that, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, without cooperation from the federal government.
How difficult would it be to file state charges without the cooperation of the FBI?
To be able to file state charges, we would need, again, a full investigation, which would include the opportunity to have been at the crime scene, to have had the opportunity to take a look at all the video and evidence that the FBI would have in their possession. I don't make any prejudgments about what happened yesterday. We can all see what we want to see on the videos and what we have seen in the media. That doesn't mean that none of us, I will not, as a public safety professional, jump to any conclusions as to who is at fault in this. What I will say, though, is that unless we do that thorough investigation, unless we have access to all of that evidence, unless we have access to the agents that were involved in that, to any witnesses, without any of that, we would not be able to put together a quality investigation for any prosecutor to be able to make a determination as to whether or not someone should be charged with a crime.
I'm going to note on this too that no one less than Tom Holman yesterday said it would be unprofessional to pass judgment ahead of time. Now the disconnect between what Tom Holman said and Kristi Noem said needs to be rectified by
that is a wild disconnect.
The federal government. I will note too, this is a question I asked, not being an attorney of my team, and it will go to the family, that there will certainly be civil cases filed on this, and those will be filed in Minnesota court and be held in court. Corn?
What is standard operating procedure when a federal agent of any kind in Minnesota shot and killed somebody, a civilian? Are you usually involved? Is there usually a joint investigation?
Generally, if there is any investigation involving use by a federal officer, generally the federal government, federal officials will lead that investigation. We have participated in numerous investigations in the past. It is very infrequent where there's a use of force by law enforcement officer, federal law enforcement officer, but we have worked jointly and shared information in previous investigations.
I'd like to say, I'm going to add on this. I'm going to say, if you truly wanted to de-escalate this situation, the logical conclusion would be to follow that procedure.
Yeah. The bleaching dude with 4 years. Bleaching dude. Thank you so much, buddy.
And allow Minnesota to participate. And that's where we started yesterday. And it's one of the reasons I came out here, and I'm not going to criticize that because that was the proper process. And I'm going to have to talk to Minnesotans to try, and it's a very difficult task. I think we all know what can happen here, to calmly wait until all the facts come out. I think you in this room are seeing the gravity of this situation, by not allowing Minnesota to participate, and the prejudgment that's already been made by leadership creates a very, very dangerous situation. And that's why, once again, I'm going to reiterate to our federal partners, simply let us be part of this. Use our professional folks. They will gain you the credibility and the trust of Minnesotans to believe the work that you're doing is honest, and it's not just a whitewash to backfill a predeceived notion. All right.
This is footage from a high school. You heard that right. A high school in Minneapolis yesterday. A fucking high school.
Oh! Hey. These bitch ass niggas, bro.
That was a grenade. That was a tear gas grenade. Damn.
That is fucking unbelievable. At a high school. I don't know if I've ever seen footage like this in my life. At a fucking high school.
I need a bear tackle down in football, bitch. Guys, don't antagonize them. They literally just killed someone. Where kill you? Fuck you. Guys, let's fuck you. You guys are fucking murderers. One side. You guys gotta go.
How the fuck did that situation spiral out of control like that at a fucking high school?
So, I got 10 for...
That the state can do to put in additional protection around schools or to allow for additional e-learning days for these situations?
Yeah, it's interesting, Dana, that you would ask that. We were just, as we were coming in here discussing, someone asked about that, and they mentioned Ruby Bridges. And that
high school is usually like 14 to 18 years old, you know? Maybe a couple 19-year-olds? No, 18, right? 18 is like, no.
The Little Rock folks about escorting people in. We have not determined that yet, but it is a situation that we're going to have to explore. As I said, again, the thing that cut me deeply was watching what happened in our schools and the chaos. And I was on with Commissioner Jett this morning as he's talking to folks from St. Cloud to Duluth about what they think about today. Should we be in classes today and tomorrow in those schools, or does it pose a potential risk? And so we're trying to figure that out. I think many of the things and the lessons we learned during COVID is local communities and local schools being able to make some of these decisions in the long run probably gets us better outcomes, but we are deeply concerned with that. I'm going to come back as soon as we get any more information from all of you. We'll be in front of you again. I will reiterate, and many of you know my wife Gwen, the First Lady, is an English and literature teacher, and we were talking about some of this, and she got asked the question, and it was when will all of this end? And what Gwen said, it will end when enough people say it will end, and I think that is sage advice. And then I couldn't help but thinking, and it scares me a little bit. I heard those words. We remembered, many of us in here in sophomore, and we read it, that the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most important directive. It certainly feels like that in this moment. And so I want Minnesotans to not believe that I'm telling you not to be angry, not to be scared, not to be feeling a little bit hopeless in this moment. But I would also say this, and I saw it last night, I saw it during George Floyd, I've seen it throughout our history. When things looked really bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held that line for the nation. On that July 3rd, 1863. And I think now we may be in that moment that the nation's looking to us to hold the line on democracy, to hold the line on decency, to hold the line on accountability, and more than that, to rise up as neighbors and simply say, we can look out for one another. We can have differences, but
that's just good leadership rhetoric.
Prove to the world going on 250 years that our democracy could hold. It feels to me like we're at one of those inflection points, that simply asking our government to give us accountability, listen to local leaders, ratchet down the rhetoric, let people feel safe in their person, and let's let our kids go to school without fear. Let's let our kids go to school knowing that tomorrow could be a little better day. And so we're going to work on that. I'll leave you with this, and I'm not sure when we'll get in front of you next, but to Minnesotans, again, just one last time, don't give them what they want. Don't give them the unrest that they want. Don't give in to allowing them to bring more folks in here. Don't allow them to expand this somewhere else. Rise up, wrap your arms around your neighbors, peacefully express your First Amendment and your constitutional rights, and let's start healing, get some answers, and move Minnesota forward. Thank you.
Okay, that is where things are at right now. Okay, here is what we're gonna do. We are gonna cap off the last hour or so of the stream, just playing some games, chilling for a little bit in solos. Use some of these keys that I've got in my inventory. And then I'm going to get off at some point to record the pod with the PKA guys. And then tomorrow, the shorter stream will begin at the regular time, assuming I wake up in time, at 8:30 a.m. So if you guys are not interested in gaming, I bid you farewell. And thank you guys for hanging out with me the last couple days while we digest this news. Today's vibes were, I'm going to say today's vibes were good. Generally good vibes on the stream today. Yesterday got a little we'll say rowdy. Today, a little bit better. A little bit better. All right, let's fire up the game. Do like that we're playing games on the stream again. It's nice. Nice. I play a lot of video games, you know. I still play a lot of video games. I never stopped. It's nice to get back in there. And we got Marathon in 2 months, and it looks feckin' dope. So that should be fun too. All right, let's. So that. Sit up a bit in the chair. Do one of these. Bring back games with Sark and the Pals. Sark is a night animal. He always has been. Sark is the guy that's playing games at like fucking 3 a.m. And I am not that guy. Used to be. Used to be quite a night owl. I used to stay up until like fucking 3 a.m. playing games. And I am just tired. I really don't know how he does it. I really don't. Because I got old and then I got fucking tired. Was I using frame generation? You know what? Let's try it. Let's see what the, well, yeah, you know what? Let's try it. Let's do balanced and then 2 times and then see if I drop frames. I don't know if OBS and frame generation get along. But I'm going to play a game with frame generation. I'm going to show you guys that frame generation is actually fucking quite good. All right, we have both of these, and now I can work on the green tree. And which one do I want? I don't care about these. Maybe that one. Probably that one. I have how many more points to spend? What level am I? Level 61. I have 14 more points to spend. And you're hurt in combat. I don't care about that one. Don't care about that one. And then what about these two, actually? Hold on. While looting, there's a chance to reveal twice as many items at once. Oh, I like that though. Let's do this for now. Wearing a shield doesn't slow you down as much. Let's max that out. People still scared of PvP in this game? It just depends on the lobby that you get. So like the CEO of Embark came out and just very explicitly confirmed what the players have coined aggression-based matchmaking, where if you're more prone to PvP, if you shoot on sight, the game will generally put you in lobbies with players that do similar kind of things. I can't get this. That's a bit better. There we go. The last few rounds for me have... I was just working on these keys, and I wasn't shooting any raiders, and now I'm in the PvE lobbies. So, like, basically the last, like, 10 to 20 lobbies that I've played off stream, everyone has been very chill. Like, one person shot at me in 20 games, and everybody else, you basically kind of ignore each other. Like, if you see another player running right at you, you don't even pull your weapon out in these kinds of lobbies. I could be a little demon in this lobby and shoot some players, and there's different theories about how the system works. We don't know the specifics, but we kind of generally know that there are kind of levels to it. So there's like the strictly PvE lobbies where basically nobody shoots at each other. And then there's either one or two lobbies kind of in the in-between, two levels of aggression. And then finally you get the demon lobbies where everybody shoots at each other, no questions asked. People don't even usually talk on the microphone. It's just a very kind of cold, deadly lobby. I do have some Stella keys. I don't think I have any Blue Gate keys. There's a medical storage key. I have 2 medical storage keys. And then the rest of these are Spaceport and Dam, I think. So night raids, I would say, like, are a little bit more aggressive, but not super aggressive. We'll just go in there with an anvil. And basically, as long as you don't shoot back, like if you want to stay in the PvE lobbies, which it's way easier to do quests. If you're in the PvE lobbies, you can do these quests like so fast. If you're looking for spicy PvE, which is fun in its own way, just shoot people. Just like shoot everybody you see. Just fire away. Kind of want to do a heavy shield for Stella. But if you want to stay in the PvE lobbies, do not shoot anybody, including people who shoot you. That's how you stay in those lobbies. So whatever you bring in with you, be prepared to lose that, you know. A power rod. One of those. But if they shoot you and you shoot back, the game's systems don't seem to make a distinction between people who shoot back and people who take the first shot. So if you shoot anybody, the game will just start putting you in the more aggressive lobbies. Basically what it comes down to. let's bring in 2 of these, and then we have an integrated shield charger with this augment, which is nice. One of these. Grassroots are $20. I'm a conservative. This is a federalist argument and one I approve of. De-escalatory, simple. It does what it was designed to do, not much to complain about. Are we talking about arc raiders right now, or are we talking about the principle of de-escalation? I need to do quests in the last parts for my tier 3 benches. It's so easy to get your quests done in the baby buffalo lobbies. It's unbelievably easy to get it all done. Like even on Stella, even Stella night raids. Like watch, I'm gonna go in here and most of the people should be pretty chill. In fact, I'm gonna bring in a snap hook. Why not? Never really use those things. All right, and then we're gonna do Stella night raid, and you're gonna see even a night raid on Stella this should be a pretty chill experience. And I am going to play with frame generation on, so you guys can see that the latency issue is not nearly as bad as what people think. All right, I'm just going to go. Let's just get in there. Do I have everything? Heals. Wait. Yeah. Shield, heals. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Until you see 3 shedders, or well, the shredders are, I mean, they're pretty deadly, but they're not terribly difficult to kill. You just shoot down at their little like fucking motors or whatever they are. And we're gonna go to medical, which is usually a pretty hot spot. I don't really know this map. I'm gonna be honest. I still don't really even know this map. Thankfully, we're close to medical, actually. We did get a fresh start for this raid.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep. Though my suppliers say that Ark is twice as vigilant after sunset.
I can feel a little bit of
Don't shoot!
I can feel a little bit of latency, but it's not like it's not bad. I do feel a little bit jittery right now. I haven't had lunch or anything like that. What is this?
Don't shoot!
Letting people know I'm chill. No reason to open fire. How do you do, fellow raider? Do you require assistance? That guy's chilling over there. I think the key is downstairs.
Don't shoot!
Oh, are they fighting in there? Is everybody chill? Are you chill? Are you chill? He's okay. Yeah. See, even on Stella, bro. Night raid Stella, and he pulled out his gun.
What's up?
Wait, why'd you pull out your gun?
What?
Why'd you pull out your gun? Why are you saying what? You're running at me with a shotgun. Just don't shoot back. That's all you gotta do. Just don't shoot back. Guy ran at me with a fucking shotgun out. I'm like, okay, well. Oh dear. I think shotgun guy prevailed. Who the fuck is that guy? Did you see that?
Please help me. Please. Please help me. Please help me. Please help me, sir. Please help me. I wasn't on that. No. I got a defense.
I thought these were the chip.
Oh,
you know what? We're just gonna.
We can take over together. No cap. Please revive me. Revive me, brother. Please. Please revive me, brother.
So,
please.
all right. I'm not in the psycho lobby. I think he just got fucked up. Oh my god.
Fuck, dude.
Dude, shotgun guy's going nuts in here.
Fucking PvP, you piece of shit.
All it takes is one rogue raider. I think there's only one left. I think it's only shotgun guy left. I think he's killed like 3 or 4 people in there. But you don't understand, like everybody, so like this is a chill lobby, I promise. It's like, oh god, he's gonna murder, like, oh god. I should warn him, but I'm not going to. But another player comes into medical, says, "Hey, don't shoot," because this is like the PV. These are the PVE lobbies for sure. But all you need is like one lion, like one person. Oh dear. You can abuse this system. Like, you can abuse this system. Like, just be chill for like 3 or 4 lobbies. It'll put you in the PvE lobbies, and then you can literally fucking kill everybody. I just want to go in there and use my key, you know? Like, I can hear footsteps. Supposedly, you can even surrender 4 to 5 naked rounds to move the needle towards PvE. That seems... If that's true, that's like super easy to exploit then. You can just feast on people. Because again, with these lobbies, like, people just walk around... Shotgun guy's gonna murder this guy. Where is the key room anyways? That shotgun guy's doing it again. I know, he's fighting a shredder. I don't even know what just happened right there. What I want to do is just wait for the shotgun guy to leave so I can hit the key room down there, but... Hey, careful, bro. Careful. There is a murderer in there. Wait. Do you have a shotgun? Are you the murderer?
No, it's not me. I literally
There
just
he
came
is,
from
bro.
lobby.
That's him. That's him.
Hello there.
Wait, hold on. That might not be him. Don't shoot him. Don't shoot him. Don't. There's a shotgun guy. There's a shotgun guy in here. He killed like 3 dudes. I don't know where he went, but he murdered like 3 people. He has a shotgun. Is that him, bro? Are you lying to me? Is that you?
No, I swear I literally just came from lobby. I swear I didn't kill anybody. I literally did.
Okay. I swear to God, that's him. Isn't that him? Is it not him? Now I'm paranoid. Wait, is this where the key room is supposed to, is this, no. Where's the key room? Where's the fucking key room? Nobody's even hit these. You just passed it? It's open? Alright, maybe we just biggity bounce. I'll take those wires. You still got a decent amount of stuff here. Guardian Dagger is shotgun guy. Okay. He killed like 3 or 4 peaceful raiders. What a bad man. What a bad hombre. This is a mother bitch to quest for. This one right here. Fuck that thing. That thing takes forever. That's been hit. Alright, wait, no.
Use that metro entrance.
How do you get there? I don't even know. Loading bay? Loading bay? Have these been hit? That's been hit. I really don't know this map. I have not spent a lot of time on this map. I'm just gonna follow the signs for the loading bay. Oh, Jesus. How the fuck do you get there?
Don't shoot!
I don't know what any of these parts are. Yeah, that's a spawn point. How the fuck do you get out of here? Is there a door downstairs that takes you somewhere? That's a spawn point. I don't know how the fuck you get to there. Maybe you do go... Oh wait, hang on. This feels right. Oh, okay, yeah, I know where. Alright, it's down there.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
See, it's I'm telling you guys, it is a chill. Oh god. Uh-oh. quickest way to get down there? I don't even know. And there's also a fucking... Oh wait, don't I have a thing? I do. The fuck? The fucking Bastion.
Hey, Raider! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
How the fuck do you get down there? I'm just gonna follow this guy. Are you going down there? How do you get down there?
Yeah, I'll show you. Follow me.
Oh, this guy's crazy. Oh my god. Ow. Oh! What is happening?
Hey, don't shoot!
These are the chill lobbies. These are the chill lobbies, man. It's a totally different experience. It is a night and day difference between the demon lobbies. The demon lobbies, people just fucking shoot. Like...
Don't shoot!
So it's almost like a single player game. No, it's more like it's almost like a co-op game.
Hey, don't shoot!
It's just, you know, I'm pretty sure we only had one demon in that whole lobby, and he just like mercilessly slaughtered 3 people in medical. And then everybody else, like, no, it doesn't even occur to people to shoot someone.
Hello? Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Oh, I got spooked. Kept his fucking shotgun out. Yeah, strong Division vibes. Strong Division vibes. My understanding is that the Division 1 actually invented the extraction shooter genre. The Division was they were also working on a persistent, like, survival game. That would have been fucking cool.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
And we're good. We're good. Because the whole premise of the Division was like you had this area called, like, I think it was called the Dark Zone. And you had to, like, it was like a separate area that you had to load into. There was like a loading screen, and in that area it would be PvP, and yeah, you would just like leave the area. The whole point was to just like leave the area. Should I just sell everything? I think I should just... I don't really need resources right now. Let's sell all this stuff. We have no, I mean, we're kind of low on stash here. I don't know if I should make, like, we have a ton of sensors. I don't know if I should just make a bunch of, I have way too many sensors here. All right, we're still working on this medical key. That's why we were going into Stella. Let's see if we can do that again. Actually, I don't need that kettle. Like, look at my arsenal, you guys. Look at all these level 4 weapons I have. Pretty sure they're all... Ooh, we have a volcano. We have a tempest as well. Alright, let's just get in there. Make a bunch of hatch keys to get rid of the sensors. The hatch keys don't stack though. They take up 1 inventory slot each, so that would not be efficient. I just like that's how I got into the friendly lobbies. Oh, I think we got the same spawn here.
Let's go to medical research.
That was quick.
Don't shoot.
Holy shit! I think it's gonna come around that corner. That thing fucked me up. Fuck you. Does it chill there for a second? I think it does, right? Fuck you. I don't know how to get in there. Is there another way to get in there? Maybe on this side? Maybe, nope. Okay. I think he's still chilling there. I mean, there's a way to kill these things pretty easily. Actually, you know what? Down here.
Don't shoot!
Okay, did this guy already open the... Oh god, another one of those things. He didn't say it back. That could be problematic. Is he hiding from me? Are we chill, bud? We chill? Okay. Alright. I don't want to tell him that I have this key. I'm dropping frames a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Maybe turn off the frame generation. Don't need these. I just want to wait until this guy goes away. Because if I open up that key room, I feel like he might be more inclined to murder me. Let's turn off frame generation. See if that clears things up. No, it's still a little... I'm getting some little frame spikes.
Don't shoot!
That's been hit. Alright. Let's see if he fucks off. Is this a... no. Alright, I'm gonna go open it now. These lobbies are so friendly, you don't even need to, I mean, like... You okay, bud? Alright, we're gonna do it now. I don't even think this room is, like, particularly good. Get that one? Let's actually take these bandages. I don't think I need those. I don't need them. Is that everything in this room? No, one more. Alright.
Don't shoot!
Hey, don't shoot!
I don't know, that was I'm a little sketched out by that.
Take that metro entrance.
What is the way out of here again? Uh-oh. What just happened? Somebody just got murdered over there. I think I just saw him.
Hey, don't shoot!
I think we have a demon. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh my god. I do not know this map. Wait, I have the thing. I have the... I'm stuck. Where am I? Bastion? Fuck that Bastion, bro. What do I do? Do I take down this? Do I go down this? If I go down that rope, I'm gonna be right next to that fucking thing. Have you ridden a Rocketeer yet? I have not. No, I've seen the videos of people doing that, but I have not partaken. I don't know why I am. It's very framey today. Like there's I'm getting these like little spikes, and I don't know what that's all about. Did I change any setting here? Everything looks the same. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe if we disable... Oh, hold on. Let's disable Discord. Usually not this this framey. Maybe we put it on performance instead of balanced. Okay, let's sell all of this. I can actually sell like literally all of that except for the heals. I'll take those. Okay. Heavy shield is a little worn down. Night raid's going for another little bit. Hidden bunker doesn't start for an hour and a half. We got a night raid for Dam in 20 minutes, but I don't think I'm gonna have time for that. Nah, I don't think we're gonna have time for that. We'll do another night raid on Stella because I have one more medical key. That should be enough ammo. There's got to be a better way to reach an extract from medical. I know there is. I know there's a different, better way, because that way sucks. There's like a bastion down there. It's a big old fucking pain in the ass. You know what I need? Here, you know what I need to bring? We're gonna bring one of these. I assume these work for the shredders. If not, that will be a very painful lesson. Actual Facts Racing. Cheers, buddy. Thanks again for the gifted memberships. The other exit in that map is near the seed vault. I just don't know that map at all. I mean, I know it a little bit. I'm just not very comfortable with it. How do you get into a friendly lobby? So it takes, the consensus is that it takes 3 to 4 raids. And as long as you don't shoot any other player for 3 to 4 raids, you get the friendly lobby. Some people think that like emoting helps, like if you do the friendly don't shoot, like that emote, it's possible that that helps.
Don't shoot!
Oh. Okay, all right. That, I think, is the key room, right? So we already, all right. Oh. I think we just do a quick extract then. How do we, like there's a way to get there. There's a way to get there. How do you get to that one? Or is that in the same area? Oh, whoops. Whoops a daisy. Why not? Oh, that's not the one. Can you just go around? I'd rather just go around.
Okay.
It sounds like a... How do you get over there? Oh, this is much easier. This is a far easier route. My goodness. I think there's a ladder right here, right? Wait. Here. Oh dear. I mean, these guys are sketchy, just not quite as sketchy. I think there's a way to, like, you go up here, right? And then you just... Actually, I think there's a zip line. There's a zip line somewhere. There's the zip line. Oh, we need these. One of these days I'll take some time and learn this map. But it is not this day. Those have been hit. What are these things? What is that? Oh. How many people have you ratted today? No one, but like if I ever want to get back into the demon lobbies,
don't shoot. Unless you want to come with me.
I have to be a bad man.
Whoa. Yeah, you got me balling for you. Jesus Christ.
shoot! I'm gonna have to do bad things. I don't want to do it, but I'm gonna have to.
It's about to go down.
I'll tell you what, we'll do it this round. We're gonna set up for the demon lobbies. I'm gonna do bad things this round, guys. You can't hold it against me. I don't want to do these things. I have to do these things. I'm not gonna feel good about it. I'm really not, but I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna kill literally like 10 people in one round. Watch. Because nobody plays cautiously. Everybody's just waltzing around the map. Just not a care in the world. Which can I make? I like this augment. This augment's nice. You get three safe spots. Then you got to use a medium shield, which I might have one. I do. All right. We'll put there and there and there. We're gonna bring in a Tempest. Or we could do, I don't know, depends on how fucking nasty we want to get with this. We could do a volcano, we could do a Stitcher. We could just do a Stitcher. I think let's not complicate this. Do I have a green stalk? Is that what they're called? There we go. All right. Oh wait, hang on. Shut the fuck door. We can make that. We need 2 mod components. Make a big old drum round. And then we had a blue, wait, hang on a sec. We had a blue. Didn't we have a blue horizontal? Yeah, right here. Boom. Boom. And then this is for recoil. Yeah, we're good. All right. Light ammo. We'll bring one of these just in case. Could be like super risky. You know what? Let's do it. Let's get a little nuts. All right, I'm just gonna run around and I'm just gonna try to murder people. They will not suspect a thing. They might not even fight back. They're gonna be like, what the fuck? Why'd you do that? I'm gonna be like, I'm sorry, but I'm kind of not sorry. Yeah, okay, let's go. And then, I mean, if you do enough damage in one round, it'll put you immediately in the demon lobbies. Like, you can go from the PvE lobbies straight to the demon lobbies if you kill enough people. So that's going to be the goal. It's going to be bad because people are going to be like, wait, what are you doing? Why are you doing? They're going to be so confused. Not the best location to spawn, but you know what? We can go over here and
Go to the domes.
We could be like really brutal about it and give them a false sense of hope. Or we could just be silent murderers. I don't know if I have it in me to do the first. Oh. Might as well be a dinner bell. I hear shots. You struggled a bit to understand the kettle? Yeah. I hear someone in here. I think. Hard to say with the rain. This is honestly a pretty decent loot spot. Case in point. You can get screws from those. I got a weapon box, let's go. As long as you don't get snuck up on, it's pretty decent. The surfaces in this area are really loud, so I feel like it's kind of hard to sneak up on people. You have to slow like way down like that. I do hear someone close by. We will feast on their flesh. I think you get springs from that. Yeah, you do. Look at all these gun parts. Is he right next to me? Like right over there, I think. They don't even like, guys, they don't even. I think he's like right there. Could be trying to flank. I think he's like right there. Possible he's trying to flank. They don't, it doesn't even occur to them. I hear him. I think he's still. Oh crap. need regular rechargers. You almost feel bad. Almost. There we go. You almost feel bad. And then you grab their loot and you're like, honestly, I don't feel that bad anymore. Do I take the heals? Actually, yeah. How do you do, fellow raiders? Oh boy, those are... Like, it doesn't, they run up and it doesn't even occur to them to shoot you. House passed the ACA subsidies. Oh, wow. We'll see what happens in the Senate. All right, we're gonna go to a, hot spot. Try to murder at least 2 more individuals. It is gonna end at, oh boy. Hello. It is going to end at power generation. Heard a voice over there. Nope. PKA starts in like 40 minutes, 45 minutes. I might have seen an hombre up there. That is a surveyor. Just nobody even, you know, like, I gotta be careful because there's 2 guys here. 3 now. Who knows what's happening here? How do you do, fellow raiders?
What up? You in scrap or is this radio?
I'm about to... Somebody just perished. We must avenge them. Oh, he's up here. Alright. I think he's one floor up. Gentlemen, we must avenge him. Follow me. There's a murderer up here.
Get this son of a bitch.
That goes nowhere. Apes together strong. Oh, he's in here. He's in here. I just heard him. I don't know where he's at, bro. He's lurking in the shadows.
Well, just be careful at the very least.
Nope. I know what you look like.
Fucking pussy bitch, man. Fucking loser. Go off yourself.
Had to be done. Had to be done. It's for science. Let's see why he was upset. Starting to make a little sense. Oh my God. This poor devil. Do I regret it? Not really. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, not really. He had 2 blueprints.
Let's head home at the North Complex elevator.
He had 2 blueprints. I don't even need the blueprints. It is what it is. How do you do, fellow raider?
Hey, Ritter.
Like, I do have a threshold, you know? Like, I don't know. I do have a threshold. How the fuck am I? How do you? What the fuck? Wait. Ow. I didn't know. Okay, that answers that.
An ARC orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
How high does this thing go? Okay, now I know. I didn't think you had it in you. I mean, I have been ratted so many times that I'm pretty jaded in this game, you know? Like, I definitely did not even feel like even a little bit guilty right there. Like, there was no part of me. But I'm jaded, you know? You can't get me to care at this point. if anything, I taught that person, like, I genuinely believe this. I think I made that person a better player. People need to understand that this is a dangerous world. You need to understand that you should not fucking trust people in this game. Oh, Jesus. Be gone, demon. I thought I heard a player over here. How do you do, fellow raider?
Doing all right. Just trying to get a quest done.
Oh God, what have I done? Man, he's just a simple guy trying to quest. Oh, you know. Oh, well. What's happening over here? Uh-oh. Oh dear. Oh dear.
The elevator is on. Let me just check the hatch.
This is problematic.
Stand by. Hatch open. Elevator's ready to go.
Hello there, Raider. Oh dear. Oh God, there's two of them. Oh my God. If that Rocketeer was not there, I would have done some bad things, you know, like... Oh, I think it's suspicious of me. Okay, I hear footsteps down there, maybe? These feckin' Rocketeers. Hey, don't I have the thing? I have the thing.
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
I don't know its route. I think we're okay. That's a lot of arc flying around there. Now, if karma was real, somebody would rat me right now. If karma existed, that's how this story would play out. Nope. The universe is not fair. I mean, pretty good round. Pretty good round, pretty good round. We got some extra heals. We got a level 4 kettle. Not that I need any weapons at this point. 2 blueprints that I do not need. And nobody even fired a single bullet at, well, no, that's not true. One guy hit me with, I think, 1 shot. That's fucking Esperanza, man. What are you gonna do? We'll figure out what we're gonna sell. You, and you. Cool 40K right there. I guess we'll save those. Wait, hold on. Can you use mediums? No. We'll sell these. We'll store antiseptic and that. Got an extra key. You love that. Top off on stims. And we're gonna call it there, guys, because I'm gonna do the pod here in just a little bit. But the next time I play, I should be in the demon lobbies. Like, it just takes 1 round. And if you kill enough people, the game will sort you accordingly. Thank you guys for tuning in. Tomorrow's going to be a shorter stream. We're going to start the regular time around 8:30 or 9 a.m. tomorrow, Pacific, 11:30 a.m. or noon Eastern. And who knows what we'll be covering by tomorrow. We'll see if stuff pops off and protests around the country tonight. If not, maybe it's a chill stream. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.